Yo, what up, Tucker? I'm grabbing some water and some food, so give me a minute or two. What up, Edge? Oh, all right. I got my food and let the dog out, and then I'll jump in the chat. Give me a second. All right. Well, I guess the dog doesn't want to go out, so she'll come and get me later. Oh man, bro, I'm in so much pain today. Holy fuck. Want to do math for you? Depends on what kind of math. If it's 1 plus 1, I'm down. Yeah, guys, I haven't been sitting here holding E since yesterday when I got off of stream or anything. I haven't been sitting here holding E for very long or anything. Fucking bullshit, bro. And I was so pissed last night when I got off. I was so pissed. Yeah. Bro, Ed, I don't think you understand. So, you remember the guy that was blatantly scripting that I reported like 7 trillion times, and then he went poof? A couple days after he went poof, I found him in this town at an NPC, just standing there at an NPC for hours. And then I saw him in another town standing there in front of an NPC for hours, like a day or two later. And then yesterday, I saw him standing in front of an adamantium ore, and he was blatantly scripting. He wasn't side strafing like he was before, but he was like, he'd be like looking like this, and then he'd snap, and then he'd like slowly go all the way until he got back to here, and then snap. Over and over and over again. So obviously I reported him 2 or 3 more times, and obviously nothing happened. So obviously I was pissed because, you know, why would the report feature do anything? You know, why wouldn't the report feature do nothing? And then while we were running around and doing our own mining, we ran into another guy that was literally just standing there in front of an iron ore in the desert in the middle of these trees, kind of like I was just doing, and just holding E. And, you know, I reported him just because, you know, hey, I don't know if it's against their terms of service or not. Because technically it's part of the game. Pressing E on an object and mining it or whatever is the game. Just because you can hold the button down while running and interact with anything in front of you, that's what I do. Like, I'll show you really quick. So when I'm doing my sheeps and my cows, I literally, I'm not even exaggerating, I hold E, F, and W, and I run forward, and anytime it can interact with either key, it interacts, and it will interact until it's done before moving forward. So that's how I do my my harvesting of my farms and my animals. Right? So knowing that the game is built that way, I don't know if it's against the rules to do it, right? So just because I put a marble or something on my key and I'm standing there looking at a rock and every time it spawns I instantly mine it, shouldn't be illegal. It's in a gray area in my opinion, like morally, but is it against their terms? Are they against it or are they for it? So I'm like, fuck it. If you're not going to ban people and your report system isn't going to fucking work, because obviously the guy I reported 7,000 times that was blatantly cheating, it's still in the game, blatantly cheating, I'm just going to start fucking farming ore. Because getting to level 75 for Mithril is going to take fucking forever. I think I got about 20 to 30% of my level last night while AFK. Bro, it's not even like if I can't beat him, join him kind of thing. It's if it's gonna be a questionable like gray area where it's like it's allowed but it's frowned upon kind of thing, and you're not gonna do anything to fix it, I'm going to use it, right? Because it's not an exploit, it's not a cheat, right? It's not a script, it's not a macro, it's nothing. It's literally I have one of these. Keyboard key remover. I literally have one of, it's not exactly one of these, but it looks like this red thing. You use it to remove your keys. But since when you push it on to grab the key, it leaves the key pressed in. I just use one of these because I have it that it came with my keyboard so I could take my keys off to clean it. Literally all I use. So there should be nothing against using that because, I mean, in theory, like I said, I could use 1,000 other things. I can use a marble. I can, you know, use something else that's a little heavy to put it on top of the key, you know, the key or what. It doesn't really matter what it is. But as long as the key stays pressed in, There's no way to tell if I'm using like a macro to keep it pushed in or a program to use it being pushed in, or if I'm using some physical object. It's like what Path of Exiles. So look, I'm pressing F, I'm pressing E. Let me get out of chat when I do it. Right? Here's F, here's E, and here's W. Right? So as I walk up to something, it instantly starts interacting with it. So since this is part of the game, I feel like it's not against the rules. You shouldn't be able to be banned for it. And if they're not going to do anything about it, either fixing it via code or, you know, making it somewhat against the rules of the thing and gonna temporarily ban people or whatever for doing it, I'm just gonna use it because there's no reason not to use something that they're fine with, right? It's just like Call of Duty. Back in the day, they didn't give us field of view sliders, and they said, "Hey, we don't care if you use a program to change your field of view. Go ahead and do it." I never did it because that means I had to download another program, and that feels really scummy to me. That I have to download a third-party program to actually do it. Um, but there are game companies that don't care if you do specific things. And if this company doesn't care if you, I don't know, stand there and hold E, then sure, I'm just going to use it. Because there are things like gathering water that doesn't auto gather water. You have to hold the button down or keep pressing the button. So once again, if I want to gather tons of water and I don't want to have to sit there and keep clicking the button, standing there holding it is just the best option, since they're not going to add an auto gathering feature. Anyway, I was pretty salty about it. I was pretty annoyed that there's so many blatant people standing in front of rocks just gathering ore nonstop. Now, the one thing I would say is it's probably something they don't care about because the spawn rate of the ores or whatever it is you're standing in front of is relatively slow. I want to say it's like 6-minute respawn timers, roughly. So to put it in perspective, this pickaxe I have right now, I think it had like 500 uses, like somewhere between 5 and 600 uses, like 550, somewhere around there, 560. When I logged off yesterday, right? So I went and mowed the lawn, I did a bunch of stuff, and then I came back and my inventory was relatively full, so I dumped it all off and I went and found a new rock to go stand in front of. So I basically did one full inventory drop off and then I went back to doing it and then I went to sleep. And I still have 139 uses on this pickaxe. So, I mean, it was about 400 actions. So I got 400 times roughly 6. Sometimes I get double procs. So, not too terrible. It's at like 60 something percent. So I got like 20 or 30%. Yeah. I got like 20 or 30% standing in front of that ore all night. And it would be more if I did a different ore. The only reason I didn't do an ore within the radius of my altars, which would have netted me double the amount of EXP, was because I wanted coal. Because I need a metric ton of coal. I'll show you once I'm done grabbing all this stuff, I'll show you why I need so much coal. It's not right this second. I mean, I do need it right this second for steel, but I need a metric fuck ton when I move past to steel as well. And that's kind of like why I'm just farming coal, because coal is a big bottleneck in a lot of the crafting profession stuff. All right, so that's done. But yeah, you see how I was just holding E and F and I was just walking forward and it literally just claims everything. There's no effort. So standing in front of rock holding E, fuck them. But what's the math you needed help with, Edge? But yeah, that I kind of gave up Edge, and I'm just like, fuck it. Like auto fishing is fine. Running caravans while I'm simming at my computer is also fine. I don't mind doing either one of those. And I would like to auto fish until I'm 100, just so I get the quest or the thing out of the way. But at this point, I need to get to 75 mining, and I think I'm just going to AFK mine until I hit 75, and then go back to fishing. And then once fishing is done, then switch over and do mining indefinitely. And also, what up, Dig? What up, mate? Sorry, I was on a rant. I was kind of pissed. Oh, and yeah, Tover, to answer your question, yeah, we're at 64%. I want to say I was somewhere between 35 and 45% EXP when I left, and now I'm at 64%, and this would have been probably closer to 80% if I was doing iron or something inside the desert, inside the radius of my clan and uh, individual altar. I want to check something. So I'm getting roughly 160 or 156 clan XP and 112. If you guys can remember that, 160 clan and 112 personal. I want to upgrade these two citadels really quick. And I want to see if the EXP gets higher. It's 152, but close enough. Did I say 160? It's 152. I don't know why I'm rounding, but yeah, it's 152. I am something about 60%. Just give me 1 second, Edge. I'll read it. I just want to, because once I start holding E on my farms, I'm gonna read it. All right, level up. What do we need? We need 800 iron. Well, fuck me, Sally. All right, how about this? We won't do the clan one. We'll test it with the personal one. Let's do it the personal one. That's fucking a lot, dude. I know I'm gonna need. Okay, so we need 200 iron. Well, fuck me, God. Okay, I'll do the clan one. That's fine. All right. So back to your message. 60% of physical. Okay, 60% of the physical of a two-handed. Okay, using giant blood plus a scepter is better than a talisman scepter. That sounds more like a statement, Edge. So is your question, do I think that 60% of the physical damage from a two-hander is better while using a scepter as an offhand? Is that better than using a talisman plus a scepter? I'd have to see both items. Because like obviously, yeah, you'd have to do the math. You'd have to take the physical damage of the two-handed weapon and then divide that by, or multiply that by 60% to see how much phys damage that's going to give you versus if the talisman might be less, but it has a 50% increasement, it could make up for it, even if it's lacking in comparison, right? I, I mean, I could pull up the POB and check to see if two-handers have increased minion damage based into them. I think some of them do because the new unique that has the new like RF built into it. I'm pretty sure it's a two-hander, but I don't know if it's a staff or a mace. I know it's a two-hander. So then at that point, I mean, if you wanted to go something along that route, or if you're already building into minions, and that's a minion based item, and minion damage scales that skill, and you're running a two-handed giants thing or whatever, right? And you had that plus, I mean, that would be really good. But if you're going, obviously, like you said, you're playing dragon, right? And you would want to be able to do damage with your dragon on top of that. It might not be the best thing, but just give me a second. All right, woke up. a little late today. I finally slept a little bit. I slept until 11. I was so fucking, bro. I don't think you guys understand. I got off the stream at 4:30. I went and did my workout to about 5:45, and then I where is okay? So we have 300 of that. We have 400 of that. Okay, now we just need the iron. But I had like protein shake after the fact. Trying to get some nutrients in me, so I wasn't so tired and drained after my workout. And then I helped the wife with the closet for a while. We had to go run and grab some more stuff from the store. And then we finished putting the closet together, and then I went and mowed the lawn, which took forever because it was really fucking long because it rained so much and I couldn't cut the grass for a while. So I had to mow the shit out of the lawn. And I didn't get done till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I finally laid down and went to sleep around 3:30, something like that, maybe closer to 4. And then I slept in until like 11. But bro, I am in so much, like my shoulders hurt. The middle of my back, because I did lat pull downs and stuff, plus I did all the lawn mowing and everything. Like my back hurts, my toes hurt, like my feet, my legs, my knees, my calves, everything. I'm just so sore. I'm so old. Oh, I needed 800 of everything, right? I forgot I was doing the clan one, so I need more. I don't know if it's 800 of everything, but I'm just gonna grab 800 of wood, 800 of stone, and 800 of iron, and then we'll put that together for Edge. I just want to put this together, and then while I'm holding F on the farms, I'm gonna. Okay, hold on. We need to put this down here, and I can monitor these without going to my inventory over and over and over again. But yeah, Tover, what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably, since these clan and altars and stuff are in the desert, I really want to focus on EXP. I'll probably have to AFK farm mats and stuff while sitting in the desert for the extra EXP. It's just I'm either stuck with getting gold, iron, or possibly like an ore that I want to stockpile for later, for like a specific like craft or something. And like there's not very many options. Like I have literally in the desert, I have gold, cobalt, sulfur, and adamantium. And I don't think any of them are worth it. Oh, and iron, obviously. And iron is the only one I think I currently need a lot of because I can make steel with it for all my advanced tools, which is an indefinite thing I need. I always will need advanced tools. So farming iron is a good option. It's just, it's so slow when you're AFKing it because you're only hitting one rock, which is fine. Like I don't really care all that much about that personally. It's not that big of a deal. It's just I just want to get to 75 damn mining so I don't have to think about it anymore. I think we have enough stone. I think I have 840 stone. So how's the game anyway, Dick? I saw your message that you're like in room 3 or something. I'm not gonna get the game. I don't think it's right for a game guy to develop another game that has a box price to kind of drag you into playing his other game to make him more money with the like I wouldn't say a promise, but with the idea that there might be some crossover where you can get an item for the other game by playing his other game. Like I think that's very scummy. Like at least when he did the crossover thing for idle skilling, at least the game was free. With the option to speed it up and to do, XYZ with swiping your credit card. Yeah, and then that's one good thing about it though. It's like if you have a box race in your game, there shouldn't be credit card swiping. That sounds like gotcha. It's kind of funny. Not gonna lie. Now we just need to find a bit more iron. And we'll head back to base. Mm. Bro, sushi can suck it. That shit white screens my computer so much. Oh yeah, I wanted to do the clan too. Or the clan and my altar. See if both of them go up or just one of them. Or neither of them. We're doing a little testy right now. Oh, he added it in the new game too? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, they're talking about Eidolon Sushi, bro. Eidolon Sushi could suck it. Like, it's funny. I haven't white screened in Eidolon in like over a year. And then he adds sushi and my game starts white screening. I don't know what it is about that fucking skill, but the skill can suck it. And it's funny, it's like I even started white screening outside of sushi. Bro, there was one time, Topher, I'm not even exaggerating. I was in sushi, like the screen for sushi, not even clicking on anything. I was just sitting there in the screen, AFKing for a little while, and I white screened. I wasn't even clicking buttons. I wasn't even playing the minigame. I was just sitting there looking at the screen. Just saying, like, fucking minigame is bullshit. What's Kacha? Or Cash, or whatever. Cash App. Gotcha. Whatever it's called. And then I don't remember what Loto is. Lotto? I don't know that minigame either. So probably some minigames that don't exist in Eidolon or something that he's probably going to be adding. If he needs to add more minigames. Oh, Scratcher, gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Alright, we need to also farm animals today too. Because I'm gonna probably need, I mean, we could wait to do animals technically, because I'm basically gonna collect them today and then we'll collect them off stream until I have to kill them, and then I'll place more down on my next stream. Probably. Where's the iron when we need it? I need so much more iron. Oh yeah, the arcade where it's the bouncing of the balls and waiting for it to trickle down and taking teleports, and yeah, that shit's always really frustrating. So you actually put some effort, since it's a mini game based game, you actually put some effort into, like, I wouldn't say quality of lifing them, but making them not as shit. Because, I mean, think about it. If you make a game based off mini games and the mini games are dog shit, it's fucking annoying. Do you think anybody's gonna want to play your game? I mean, it makes sense that he'd have to put some effort into making them not dreadful. You added 30K somewhere, but you didn't change anything. I'm confused. Wait, what? Huh? You didn't change anything. How'd you get 30K? Well, you didn't change that change. Oh yeah, automation is really nice. So I mean that's kind of nice, like a quality of life early on, so it's not super dreadful manual effort. That's kind of nice at least. I'm almost there, Edge. Another 400 iron. And then I'm hoping that upgrading these doesn't require me to use iron to do the upkeep. If it does, it's not a big deal. I can always go farm some, but it'd be kind of annoying. Then I want to eat my food. I mean, it's an extra click, but on certain things, the extra click saves you a lot of time. It's a little annoying to have to click the extra click, but rather than waiting that whole animation, it could save you a lot of time. Like, why doesn't he have animation skip built into, like, Eidolon? Or, like, I don't know. Why does Log Flipper have to, like, make you click a different card every time it flips? Why can't each card just be represented by a different number and you click on one card and the Log Flipper's done? Why can't you save us all thousands of hours of clicking on cards? But yeah, Edge, I unlocked Adamantium yesterday. Was pretty nice. Got me a stack of like 1,000 that I put in my bank. So that's pretty good there. Alright, I almost have enough iron. I wanted to get to 1,000 because I wanted to do both the clan and my personal altar to see if either one of them gives more XP. Just for testing purposes. Because one might work and one might not work, you know? So I wanted to try both. Yeah, someone's been running through here taking all the addy. Which is, I mean, I don't really care, but at least someone's actively playing the game. Okay, there's like 5 of these iron in a row. That's kind of nice. start at the beginning. Oh, Edge. I didn't mark it, but I happened to run into a big cluster of iron in a tree line right on the edge of like the desert and stuff yesterday while I was looking for a coal area. It was like I teleported here. It's like somewhere in here or here, like somewhere around here. I'd have to pull up the interactive map, but it's somewhere around there. There was like 10 nodes of iron like really close to each other. So it's like if you want like a quick thing of like iron, just like running through that, picking up those nodes, just be like, boom, all right, got a bunch of iron, let's go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, pretty cool. All right, you guys are talking a lot about a bunch of numbers and levels and just EXP. Yeah, not reading all that. Nice desync game. And so there is an iron way over there as well. Sorry, there's a line of iron here that I'm just picking up at this point. I already have over 1,000, but I'm just gonna grab this extra. I'm hungry, I want to eat my food. I'm actually shocked how much iron is right here. Like, in a noticeable radius. There's so many times that, like, I'm running around and I just don't see iron for, like, long periods of time. That's why I want to really, like, I keep saying I need to do it, and I just keep putting it off. I need to look at the interactive map and find an area that actually has a decent cluster of iron in, like, a pretty reasonable area. I'm not running around like 20 minutes looking for freaking iron sometimes. Okay. Like this area is actually kind of loaded. Oh, it's the red zone. That's fine. Yeah, this place is kind of loaded. All right, good enough. Let us get down here. Last teleport. For at least like 8 hours, roughly. Oh, was there like loot that drops on the ground and stuff in there as well? All right. So we're gonna level this one up. And we're gonna go level this one up. I'm starting to research. Holy shit. Both of those are leveled. Over here. All right, so it just still takes iron and stone. Iron and stone. Okay. Do we have a little extra of that? And that. All right. So now let us. Looks like somebody's running a caravan, Edge. Thought you were playing PoE. All right. Moment of truth. 156 and 112. That seems about the same. I think I said 152 earlier, but it might have been 156. I don't think the EXP changes. That's fine. Oh well, it was worth science. So anyway, Edge had this question. Let's take a quick gander. So Edge, are you still there? Yeah, okay. So my question is, what kind of two-hander, right? Are we talking mace, axe, sword, staff? Right? Because we're talking staff, right? These just come with like fires, dark pack, sigil of power, freezing shards, like a bunch of whole lot of like skills, right? Reap is kind of cool.
Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yeah, that's what Tover was kind of saying, mate. Also, thanks for the hydrate. But anyway, so let's say you pick an actual staff, right? And then we go into prefixes. You got, damage is extra, which is pretty good. You got spell damage. And then we get nothing crazy. Um, Mostly just like crits for spells, and then plus the levels of specific spells. So since this one is a fireball, it's got fire skills on it. So you could probably get different skills if you switch to different staffs. So if we didn't do a fire staff, we did. I don't know what any of these do. So let's just say Dark Pact. I don't know what Dark Pact is. Um, yeah, this gives fire, cold, lightning, chaos, spell, generic. This also gives generic everything. Um, Physical spells. I mean, that's kind of interesting. You could get like plus a spell if it's a spell. So staves, like regular staves, probably aren't great. But what about war staff? Because war staves are like monk stuff, right? They have fizz damage on them with crit chance. 10% crit chance is pretty insane. This has 0, which is interesting. How does 0? Kind of insane. Why would it have 0 crit chance? Anyway, um, so these are basically all the same. It's got crit chance and fizz damage. And then we come into here. It's got percentages of fizz, LA damage with hits. So on and so forth. Now, one thing you could think of is I'll just type it in. Yeah, minions gain 10% of their physical damage as extra lightning as a rune. But what if you did it on basic stuff instead? Minions deal increased damage with command skills. Okay. Um, I don't know what a soul core is, but I don't think it's a two-hander. And then from there, we're left with just these two-handers. So we got axe, mace, and sword, and these should just be like straight up just fizz damage. Maybe some LA damage in there as well. Yo, what up, Fip? Alright, so it doesn't look like axes have anything. Don't think maces or swords will either. I think they'll all be the same. Okay. So I'm curious. on what I like, because I know scepters probably gives us what we're looking for. I'm curious. Yeah, let's actually do here. There's sandals. I don't know what this is. What kind of item is this? Offhand? Oh, it's a focus. Okay. This is a two-handed mace. I think, is this the item? No, increases and reductions to minion damage also affect you. That's pretty sick. Okay. Then this is the scepter. Signet? I don't know what a signet is. The ring, okay. Uh, diamond. This is a ring. This is an armor piece. Spiked club. Is that a one-hander? Yeah, one-handed mace. Okay. Belt and armor. So, what is the item that gives the murder of crows? What's that new item? I'm curious if that new item is even in here. I don't know what the new item is called. Well, I need Edge to come back so I can actually chat with him about it. So we'll just sit here and chill, I guess. Does anybody know where Edge disappeared to? I'm just eating my food real quick before we get into the grind. Wait, dumb question from the picture you posted, Ed Topher. Where did this vote happen? In his Discord? In the stream? Because he says by the community, but I don't remember voting or seeing a vote anywhere. Official Discord? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, we have plenty of time to harvest these. Okay. Yeah, I was sitting here like, I really hope these don't disappear while I'm sitting here eating. You guys finished all the Shakespeare books? Interesting. Alright. I've officially finished my food. I'm gonna finish off the harvesting. Alright. I do have a stupid question here. So this says harvest. I'm wondering if you use a harvesting pack. If it has a chance to proc extras. Because technically it is a harvestable. Hmm. I want to say it doesn't work. I feel like every time you get a proc, you get extra character XP as well. I could be wrong. Where did Edge go? I miss my Edgy. In a non-weird way. Bro, flipped over. He raided somebody one day after his stream, and it was the most awkward raid I've ever seen. So he raids into this chick's channel, and she says, "Yo, welcome in, Edge 200." And she's like, "Wait, what does the 200 mean? Are you like edging for like 200 seconds, 200 minutes? Like, is that like how long you're edging? Like, bro, I just face palmed. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? That is your first take when you see the person's name? Like, what the fuck? It's so weird. I even think Edge thought it was fucking awkward. 200 days of consistent edging. That is most of the time true, mate. Most of the time. There are some pretty innocent people in the world, whether male or female, so gonna call it a night. All right, sounds good, Dig. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Yep, hope your days are going well. We're always here, so if you ever want to chat, hit us up in the Discord or chime in the streams like you do. It's all good, mate. It's all good. You don't need to know. For all intents and purposes, the only thing you need to know is when you're mowing your grass, you usually use an edger to clean up the edges of the yard and like fine lines and you know keep grass from growing in certain areas or over sidewalks and stuff. You edge the driveway. You edge the sidewalk and stuff like flower beds and stuff. We'll just stick with that. I did that today. I edged the flower beds, the sidewalk, the driveway. And then I weed whacked the yard, certain areas. And I mowed it like 7 times because there was a lot of grass. And it kept clumping up and I didn't feel like bagging it. Jeez. Would it be a good time with the extra AFK gains to do a V-Man speed run for reprinting those prints because of the extra AFK gains? Yeah, I was thinking about it. It might not be too terrible because the extra AFK gains would play into, the prints. And bro, how? How are these ones dead? How are these ones dead? What the? Oh, I'm so annoyed. Oh, I'm so annoyed. How does the large one live and the other 2 not live? I plant the large one first. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Oh my, just go fucking. Oh. Fucking piece of absolute god dog water piece of trash game. Fucking can't even fucking farm and bullshit and just full of features and no glitches. Have an ass piece of shit. Oh. I'm gonna have to pick these ones up after the fact. But the main thing is picking up that. Then we can probably pick up this, get these done. I'll pick the rest of these up when we come back, but gold, sulfur. Dungeons and Liberty? I know, bro. In all honesty, I bitched about that game a lot, but I really liked the game. The premise, the combat was fun. I liked the leveling process, and I didn't hate the like the thing I hated about the game was it was almost everything was locked behind PvP. And the meta and the community was just so awful. Like, oh, you don't know the glitch? Kick. Oh, you're not gonna do the glitch, you're not gonna attempt it, you don't know how to do it, you didn't watch that YouTube video? Okay, you're gone. Like, that's what ruined the game. It was a fun game. I actually liked it. I didn't hate the graphics. I liked that they had like I wouldn't say, what is it called? Like those world events were kind of nice. So you could go around doing world events. You had like the world bosses that would spawn pretty regularly. Granted, they didn't spawn in the middle of the night when I played, so that was kind of bullshit. So that was kind of like, it was like a lot of the timing things, like the weekly bosses. A lot of the other bosses were like PvP only, and then they didn't spawn at the time of day that I played. There was a lot of stuff like that that pissed me off about that game, but it wasn't so much the actual game. I actually liked the game, which is kind of really annoying because the game was actually fun. I had a blast playing that game, but they didn't have like a whole lot of stuff to do. Right? There wasn't a whole lot of professions. There wasn't a whole lot of crafting or anything like that. They had some fishing, they had some cooking, but that was basically it. So it was all about just running dungeons over and over and over and over and over again, which is why we call it Dungeons Unlimited, because it's all we did was run dungeons all day, every day, nonstop. We literally had nothing else to do but run dungeons, and it was kind of annoying. And like I said, running the dungeons wasn't a problem. It was the fact that we were forced to run dungeons regularly because you would run out of stockpile of the resource to be able to run them. Rather than just putting like some sort of like weekly limit on it, saying, hey, you can run these dungeons like 30 times every week. Right? So you could just run them whenever you wanted. You know, you didn't have any like super limitations or whatever. Like, I don't know, man. It was kind of just annoying. But I liked the game. But I bitched about it because there was a lot of things in the game that they just refused to fix, that they refused to change. It's quality of life, integrity of the game, things like that need to get fixed over time. And they just refused to do it. That's what pissed me off about the game. And it pisses me off about a lot of games, honestly. There's a lot of games that have this similar problem. Like even this game, right? This game is new, and I take it with a grain of salt, like, right? That they're not fixing these things because it is new, and that's fine. But at some point, being new doesn't excuse you from not like quality of life in your game, polishing it, refining it, things like that. Like, you have to sit down and do those things at some point. About this game? Oh, like I said, I bitch about this game for sure. I bitch about almost every game I play, and it's not that the games are bad. It's a lot of the times I'm like, if you actually listen to my bitching, my rant, it's not normally that the fact that the game sucks, right? It's normally there's like a feature, quote unquote, in the game that needs to be fixed, that needs to they need to change, right? Like the fact that in this game you can't split items, you know, like you can't split stacks of items, you can't pull specific numbers of items out without putting it in your inventory first. So if the item's in your bank, you have to put it in your inventory. Then you have to drag it to the split option. Then you have to click on the split like typing area or whatever to type in the number you want. Then you have to click the split button. I don't think you can even hit enter. Here, let me verify that. I don't think you can even hit enter. So if I went down to here, typed in a number of like 2, and I hit enter, it does nothing. I have to actually drag it, click it, type it, click it, Then I had to put the other items back into my bag. So it's like 15 steps to do one action. It's that kind of stuff that really drives my shit crazy. What really pisses me off about the game. It's not that the game's bad. It's not that I dislike the game. It's I want you to polish. I want you to simplify stuff. I want you to quality of life your game. That is what I want. I don't need you to give me another arena battle. I don't need you to give me another fucking PvP area. I don't need you to do any of that stuff. What I need you to do is make the game less tedious. And that's why I sit here and bitch for hours about most of the video games that I play. Is because they put more focus on adding content and fixing quote unquote text bugs and translation issues and that kind of stuff than they do of polishing the actual core mechanics of the game that people are interacting with on a daily fucking basis. Let's go play Flip. I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest. I never got into that game. And from what I remember, the only thing that I remember is it was so off-putting being able to run up and down mountains without any repercussions. It was so off-putting. Like, I understand it was about, like, you could fly anywhere you wanted to fly, you know, and just do whatever you wanted to do, whenever you want to do it, however you want to do it. It's like, it was freedom, I guess. But the fact that I could literally walk straight up the side of a mountain. Oh, now you're back. Jesus Christ, Edge. Jesus Christ. All right. So my question to you earlier was, what kind of two-handed weapon were you thinking? All right, we went over every two-handed weapon in Path of Building that we could think of. We didn't find a whole lot of anything. Um, that would suit your thing from at least a yellow standpoint, like a crafting of an item yellow standpoint. Oh yeah, Edge. I was telling about that one time you raided out to this one chick, and she's like, "Oh, what does your name stand for? Are you edging for like 200 minutes, 200 seconds? Like, what's going on?" And I was just like, "What the fuck did we just raid into?" So weird. Yeah, yeah. So that was my question, Edge. Is like, were you looking for just like a raw, flat, just big dick fizz DPS two-handed weapon? And you didn't care about like anything other than how much fizz damage it had? Is like that kind of like the goal here? Um, and then you wanted the offhand still to be your talisman or scepter or whatever it is you were trying to run. I can't remember exactly. So is that like kind of like the idea you had? Um, I'm looking for a little bit of sulfur really quick. I know I ran into one earlier when I was running over here. Is this it? Bro, where's that sulfur I found earlier? So, do you while I'm running and looking for the sulfur really quick, Edge, do you remember what the weapon that they added that had the RF built into it was called? Or what it is? Because I tried finding it in Path of Building and I couldn't find it. I assumed the item had the word minion in it, and I typed in minion in the legendary field, and I didn't find a single legendary that had the word minion in it that gave like that ability. There's a bunch of items that give minion stuff, but fuck is sulfur when you need it? I think this is some. Could be wrong. Could be gold. Alright. Ravens log. Alright. Let me pull it back up. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, maybe we should do this. Alright. Items. Yeah, I still don't see it. Oh, is this a ravenous staff? No, this isn't it, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing it, Edge. That's interesting. So the reason I was asking is trying to see what kind of weapon it was. Anyway, so my question to you would be, hypothetically speaking, let's just say we were just put on an axe, right? Two-handed axe. We'll just do the highest one we can put on, right? And if we were to just mega big dick this bitch, right? You got like a double fizz roll, right? With added fizz. That's like the best fizz rolls you could possibly get, hypothetically speaking, right? And then down here, like it's all about like crit chance, crit damage. I don't know if that really matters to you or whatever, but you could go something like that. But the rest of this doesn't truly matter in grand scheme of things. It's just a crit chance, crit damage, and maybe attack speed, right? This is what we're looking at: 936 physical DPS. Right, so let's just pop that in really quick. My question is, would something like a spear, which is similar, but it's a one-hander, also work? Can you use a spear with it instead of a two? Wait, why can't you use a scepter? Give me just a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry. So if we were to do like a similar setup, right? And like the stats are basically all the same. And we were to juice this, it's 736, so about 200 DPS less. This is 936, 736. And it's a one-hander versus a two-hander. This one-hander would give more flat fizz damage than this at 60% of its value. Right? Because if we were to like multiply that by 60%, right? So 936 times 0.6. 561 Fizz DPS. But yeah, that's what I was thinking, Pip, is like using a spear and just going straight huge fizz roll spear and then rocking the scepter, because that's what I'm doing with my build. My blood hunt build, I'm rocking a scepter as well. With my spear. It's just kind of insane. Rather than taking the 60% hit from Giant's Blood or whatever it is, or whatever you were saying before, the 60% reduction. Yeah, the fact that you can rock a spear that gets that much damage and an offhand is kind of insane. I don't know if that holds true with all the other one-handers, if they can get just as beefy as the spear, but the spear's nuts. Just fucking walk. Holy shit, game. Oh, Edge, I was watching a guy soloing the level 100 PvP area, the mobs that were in there, as a greatsword user. Bro, that shit was so sketchy to watch. He was sitting there face tanking the mobs. But you know how like the greatsword has that like one ability that gives you life leech? So you have like one skill that you can like heal back up while it's active or whatever. It has like a pretty big cooldown. He was literally, he would pop that skill and he would do some damage and he'd heal up to 100%. His skill would stop leeching HP and he would get down to less than 10% life by the time the cooldown came up, and then he'd pop it again and then he'd rinse and repeat this process the whole time fighting the mobs. It was so sketchy. Like, I was just like, bro, you are living on the edge. This guy's putting edging to a whole new level. Well, sometimes it was less. There was one time I think he got to like less than 100 HP. He basically should have died. He got really lucky that they didn't hit him like a smidgen harder. Like, I think he had less than 1% one time. It was kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. Alright. So that's taken care of. Let's do this. Okay. Then underestimating math. What do you mean? That it was not calculated, because even you could hear it when he's like, "Ooh, that was close." When he was like on stream, like you could hear him go, like you could hear his asshole pucker, because it got really close. Unexpectedly close. All right. Pick up this, this. Dude, bro, you straight could hear his asshole pucker. It was so funny. All right. Meat, Divas, frog skin. I don't think I really have much. Frog skin and decorative feather. I got a pet, boys. Let's go. Huge. And a random book. Let's go. Alright. Almost done with the town boards. Yeah, I'm ass catching, boys. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Gotta get them all. Gotta catch them all, Pokemon. Oh, I'm gonna catch all of them. Yeah, weren't you running a caravan a minute ago? I could have swore I saw you running a caravan. I saw you. Yeah. Oh, actually, no one. You're just chilling, right here. Oh, you are running a caravan. So I'm not crazy. Gotcha. 5 more minutes. So yeah, if I was you, like I said, I don't really know exactly what you're doing for your build and for your damage and stuff, and I don't know if it works for you, but I would try Spear Scepter combo if that's what you're shooting for. 'Cause I remember you were like Talisman Scepter or Two-Hander Scepter. I think I don't know where the negative 60% was coming from, or the 60% of the two-hander stats. I don't know where that negative impact was coming from, but I think the one-handed spear plus scepter would probably just be overall better. Gotta catch them all, gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all, gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all, Pokemon. Which message? Oh, mom streaming some TV show. I saw something about someone is streaming something. Bro, just give me this fire seed. It's like a fucking generic ass fucking great drop. Just give me one. Bro, just give me a freaking fire seed. Thank you. Alright, let's go kill these mobs. Bro, that's what I was saying. Like the dragon chomp combo is pretty. Now I didn't take into consideration the talisman. And we can look at the talisman if you want, really quick, Edge, to see if the talisman could be relatively equivalent. Because it could be just as strong as a spear. Because I haven't messed with talismans all that much. But like you said, with like a 50% increase in damage from the talisman, plus it having like its own fizz damage rolls and stuff, it could be just as strong as a spear. Oh, it's all good, Topher. Okay. Yeah, I just wasn't sure what you were asking. Yeah, and that's what I was like. I don't know what that node does. Like, does that node give a negative defect? Like, is there a negativity to have, like, does it only give you a percentage of the talisman damage? Like, is it like you only get 50% of it, 60% of it? Like, is there any negative downside when you're using that notable? Oh, okay, just the spirit. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I was just kind of curious. All good. Yeah, I just wanted to know because I wasn't sure. I've never used that. So, but yeah, we can pull up a talisman and see how strong a talisman's DPS could fare in comparison. The dragon chomp was so funny, bro. That shit was that was gold. I was dying laughing. It was so good. I don't know anything about these, but it's this talisman, right? And then like this one comes with max rage. I don't know if that does anything for you. So we'll just, oh shit, that one's insane. The Jade Talisman is kind of nuts. It has less crit chance, so I don't know if you're looking for crit chance. And like, but this one has like huge fizz roll for like base. And then, are you looking at one of these? So you got the minions deal 50% more damage. Is this like kind of like the one you're looking at? So based off of this one, it's a little less fizz damage, but if you were to rock this and you were to rock like I said, the triple just fizz roll. If you were to get lucky to get a triple fizz roll, right? You can still get crit chance, crit damage, attack speed if you want any of that. You can still get like strength and leech, things like that. So all this is basically equivalent to the other ones we looked at earlier. But I mean, yeah, this would be better than the spear. Yeah, this would be better than the spear by a little bit. Like not only is it just organically stronger because it was like 400 and something low end to like 500 and something, so it's a little bit more DPS as well. Not just DPS, but also like flat damage is a little bit higher. You also get the minion implicit. So so yeah, this is probably your best bet. If you had a 50% implicit on top of that, this could be pretty strong. Because then, like you said, if you're running minions on top of this, this gives your minions 50% increased damage. Plus, this gives you a pretty hefty fizz roll. So this is pretty good. There is an item that I was looking at earlier. Uh, this. It's a oh, it's a weapon though. I was gonna say increases in reductions to minion damage also affect you. I thought that was pretty insane. It's a pretty low fizz damage like weapon. It's only like 200 DPS, which gives you some spirit and stuff. It doesn't have the implicit you're looking for either, but this could make up for it if you have enough minion nodes in the tree. Oh, you have that node? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, because that could definitely make up some room for you. Be pretty impactful. Alright, so let's finish this up. Yeah, we had 71 by doing our town boards today. Alright, so we need wolf, sardines, bark, and desert cats. Desert cats! Oh! Alright. Nice! What'd you actually get for hitting jackpot? Oh, oh, that's pretty good. Alrighty then, let's go take our screenshots really quick. Get our tokens done. Get into our farm. Oh, it's a tome thing too. Interesting. Look how many eggs they want today. Holy fuck. Someone wants some breakfast. Oh god, I just brain farted. What is the hotkey again? Oh my god, I brain farted. How do I... What is... Oh my god, what is the snippet tool hotkey again? Oh, there it goes. Holy god, I had a huge brain fart. I just took like 7 screenshots and then I'm like, wait, why isn't this working now? Alright. We're done with all of that. And we pick up both of these. Alright. Let's go finish up the wood really quick. Yeah, bro, arcade takes fucking forever. I'm waiting for 2 times golden balls, honestly. It's Windows Shift plus S. Yeah, I was hitting like Windows plus S, Shift plus S, Control plus Shift, Alt plus Shift, Control Alt. I was trying all those buttons, and I was like, I kept forgetting about the Windows Shift for some apparent reason. Like I said, I know what it is. I just had a massive fucking brain fart. Yeah, I mean, it's been 2 in the past. And I feel like when it's not a full integer like that, you get cucked on balls a lot. I don't know why. I just feel like you don't quite get 1.6, right? It says 1.6, but I feel like it kind of rounds down a lot of times. So if you get like 100, you'll get 60. But if you get like 99, you'll get you won't get the multiply, you know what I mean? It'll round it down. Yeah, there's so many times I'll look at the ball thing and it's like it goes up and then it goes up and then it goes up and then it goes down and then it goes up. There was no difference, Edge, that I saw. 'Cause I did the clan and the personal. The personal was still 112 XP, and then the clan was 156, which I'm pretty sure I told you it was 152. You guys wrote 160, and it was probably 156. I'm pretty sure it was 156. I'd have to go back in the VOD to verify, but I'm pretty sure it was 156, not 152, like I said it was. Because all of us were writing it down just gibberish at that point. You want to slide yourself? I mean, you can go up and down if you really want. I mean, hey, each their own, you know? You like going up and down and up and down and up and down. So, mining wise, we need, what's it? Iron. Okay, so we need silver and obsidian. Seems to be the only 2 things we need in the meadows. You fall asleep on the arcade? Yeah, bro, the arcade is so boring. I walk away when I click that shit. Like, granted, like, yeah, they click the dice every once in a while, but God, it's so boring. No, you didn't. What was her name? Did you finally send the message to the boss's daughter? Or niece, or whatever her name is, or whatever she is? £300 fridge. Nope. Did you have beer goggles on or something? 5 stay. Oh shit. Yep, that'll do it. That will do it. That's a rough one. That sucks. And the 200-pound fridge. Hey, at least it was only 200 pounds. And I'm over here bitching about like a 25-pound freaking piece of wood I had to carry today, and a lawnmower I had to push. Bro, I was so damn sore from that lawnmower. It wasn't even funny. I did my workout, like I did all my upper body, so I did like thighs, tries, chest, back, and everything, and some abs, and fucking bro, my back is fucking shredded right now. It hurts so bad. Exactly, Edge. What I'm talking about. Best learn. Yeah, bro. Sit-ups? Like when I was like younger, man, doing like 100 sit-ups in one sitting was pretty easy. Now that I'm like old and gray and turning into dust, bro, hitting like, I don't know. It's not that I can't do more, but after like 30 to 40, they just burn. Just like, bro, I know I have abs, right? They might be under a pound of fat or half pound of fat or whatever, like that layer of fat that's there, that like small thin layer that, you know, all old people have. But they're there. They're hard as fuck. They poke through, right? You can see them occasionally. But holy fuck, bro. 30 to 40 just straight up crunches in a row. My body's like, let me breathe. Let me breathe. I'm just like, bro, chill out. You're not gonna die. Just a couple sit-ups. I don't know, man. Funny too, I work out regularly and I still like I just do sets of like 15 crunches when I do them. I mean, I do them with weight as well. When I do my crunches in the gym, I add some weight. I extend my arms all the way above my head, and I do like, and I hold it. But I do like 10 to 15, and I do like 3 reps of that, and that hurts. But if I was to do no weight, just simple basic bitch crunches at like 30, they burn. They just burn from lack of oxygen. Not because it hurts, not because it's like actually doing anything to my damn abs. It's just because they have no fucking oxygen and they can't breathe. It's like my body just doesn't, like, I wouldn't say produce as much oxygen as it used to, but like it doesn't disperse it as much, I feel like. I don't know, man. It's just, bro, back in the day, it was back in my day when I was young. But yeah, I definitely got you on that. Yeah, like same thing with like push-ups. Like I can do like, I don't know, 20, 30 push-ups if I do them like normal, just straight up, not trying to like, you know, like if I'm just doing basic ones, right? Like they start to hurt around 20, 18, something like that. And I could push myself to like 25, 30 sometimes. But like if I'm taking them slow and I'm like being like trying to like slow down the reps and hold it for a little while, bro, after like 5, my arms are shaking. My fucking back is killing me. Yeah, I don't do fast things anymore. I do slow, controlled reps whenever I do anything nowadays, and it's completely different ballpark. That shit fucks me up. Remember when I was really young, I didn't really have any weights or anything. But my mom did give me like a 5 pound weight when I was really young. And I used to rep that 5 pound weight in all of my exercises like hundreds of times. Like hundreds. I would literally do like reps of like sets of 50 curls on each arm with this thing when I was younger. Just every day, just 50, 50, 50, 50. Just like just fucking repping that bitch. I'm like, bro, if I try to do a set of 50 on a 5 pound dumbbell on a curl right now, I'd be dead. My arm would be just gassed. Like I can easily curl like 60 pounds. But like, I mean, I guess I would say easily, but you know, I can curl like 60 pounds with one arm. But two would fit 50 times would just fucking annihilate my ass. It would just straight up fucking wreck me. Like that was one thing in the military that like really fucked me more than anything is they would give you a really light weight and then they'd be like, all right, hold that straight out in front of you for 5 minutes. And I'm just like, bro, are you kidding me? This is the heaviest 5 pounds I've ever had to hold in my entire life. It's just fucking the worst. It's not the weight, it's the time. Your arms just, they lose oxygen, they lose endurance so quick. Yeah, bro, getting old, man. I'm getting old sucks. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Topher, at the end of the day, if you want to lose weight, like, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but honestly, just eat a little less. That's literally all it boils down to. Like, do a little exercise like you did, you know, do some crunches, do some sit-ups, do some push-ups, you know, walk in place, like do a little like marching in place. Like simple shit like that. And then you already are active at work enough. If you just go, I think if you the healthy way to do it would be roughly 200 negative calories a day, which is really easy depending on like your eating habits. Like if you have sodas, like just don't drink soda, right? Don't drink calorie drinks. Drink diet drinks instead, right? There's no calories in diet drinks. Or can't give that up, or if you're already not doing that, you know, instead of having, I don't know, a cup of rice, do like 3/4 a cup of rice. You know, something like you eat the same shit, you just take a small portion of it away. It's 200 calories. 200 calories is not a lot. If you cut out 200 calories out of every day, you will lose roughly a pound every month or week or something like that. And if you're doing workouts at the same time, most of the, like I would say 60 to 70% of the weight you will lose is fat. Roughly. Yeah, soda's not, I mean, soda's common for me, but it's diet soda. So I don't drink my calories, right? I avoid drinking calories. 32, 64 plus 70, 80. So we'll do 80 of these. That's a lot of eggs. Yeah, I've been looking into it a lot myself, Topher, because I don't really need to lose weight, but I need to trim some fat, right? The my weight is fine because I have a decent amount of muscle on me, but I want to trim down the visceral fat, specifically the visceral fat. this stuff, it's the organ fat. It's the fat inside your organs, around like, you know, your intestines, your heart, your liver. It's the visceral fat, right? So it makes you look fat, but you're not fat, right? I'm trying to cut down on visceral fat specifically. Um, because I don't have fat on me. Like I do, right? But not that much. Barbros, yeah, I've seen those. Those, no, bro, I don't want to be like that. I'm not trying to be this like ripped, jacked, fucking temple of the goddess kind of person. I want to be a simple, average Joe Schmo that, you know, doesn't look all that crazy. But I just want to have, I want to be under 15% body fat. And like I said, most of the body fat I have is visceral fat. So it's like in my organs, basically. Um, so like I said, I've been looking into that kind of stuff a lot recently. And the general consensus is you don't need to eat a lot of protein. You need to eat about 50% of your body weight in protein to gain muscle regularly. What up, Confused? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you joining us. Hope you're having a good time. So 50% of your body fat or body weight in protein, and just eat 200 deficit of calories a day, and as long as you're active and you're doing workouts, you're fine. Obviously, you don't know the calories per day is kind of like you have to know how much you're burning to know how much is a deficit for you. So that is probably the hardest part. I had to Google it for me, and there's a big math equation to it, but there's no exact calculation you can do without doing like a study. So you'd have to take a guess. But there is like, you can Google it and they'll give you like a breakdown of simplicity. Like, oh, if you are this active, if you have this type of job, you know, you'll burn this much at that weight. If you exercise this many times a week, you'll average this many calories burned or whatever. So like, you can get a guesstimation of how many calories you burn based off of that Google search to know how much calories you need to try to eat. And the thing is, like, you don't need to strictly, like, you don't need to like hella calorie count. It helps. You don't need to be like, okay, I had one cracker that's 25 calories, and then, well, you know what I mean? You don't have to be like super anal about it. But what I would do is be anal about it for, like, not anal about it, I guess, is like, but be pretty particular of like, do one little session of like looking at what you would typically eat for dinner or for lunch or like some of your common meals, and be like, all right, these are my common meals. This is what how much would that, like, how many calories would that be, right? And then you kind of just guesstimate that up. You're like, okay, that's about how many calories I intake on an average. Okay, cool. Now I have like a ballpark guesstimation, and then you can kind of take the two numbers together and kind of be like, all right, I know where I can cut a couple calories here and there, right? That's the best thing I could really suggest. All right, let's go get these frogs. Let's go see if these are mambas or crocodiles that we need, and then we're gonna finish this up. Like I said, I've watched a lot of shit, bro. Like a lot of videos, a lot of information. I've read a lot of stuff, and there's so much correlating information, like between different types of workouts, different intensities, different uh like programs for them. Like there's like working out itself is like its own fucking just jungle of a mess. Let alone when you get into fat loss versus weight loss versus calorie deficits. Like, oh bro, it gets fucking like hectic really fast. Yeah, I don't like pull-ups are great. They're a really, really, really good exercise. It's a great multifunctional like workout, and it's like very, very good for strength training and stuff. But bro, that shit's so hard on your body if you're like not used to it. Like banded pull-ups are tolerable, like assisted pull-ups, but the heavier you get, the more muscle you need to do it, and it becomes like either somewhat unsustainable unless you're just like ridiculously ripped and ridiculously strong, right? I'd rather just do any other workout to replace it. And remember when I hurt my neck and then I like tweaked my arm or whatever? I did that from pull-ups. Like my shoulder slash neck was already tweaked, and then I did some pull-ups and I fucked my shoulder up. So why would I do an exercise that has the potential to fuck up my joints when I can do other less impactful things that still do the same, like the same end goal? It doesn't make sense. Damn, you got like 9,000 gems. That's a lot of golden balls, bro. But yeah, it's over. Like, I don't know. Depends on how serious you are about it. Like me, I've recently gotten more serious about fat, like cutting fat. Like I'm not trying to get bulky. I'm not trying to get like chiseled. But I'm trying to get to a healthy fat weight. And so instead of like 18%, 22% body fat, I'm trying to get down to like 12 to 15, somewhere in that range. Um, but to prevent myself from losing weight, and that weight to be 50-50 muscle and fat, I'm also working out to prevent me from losing muscle and to target lose fat. Because that's one of the big things that happens is um like, oh yeah, do you want to lose weight? Just eat less calories, you know? More less calories in, more calories out. And that's the gist of it, yes. But if you just follow that one simple rule, you're gonna lose weight. Don't get me wrong, you will. You'll lose weight. But you're gonna lose muscle and fat. That's the problem. No. So, like I said, there's a lot of research and a lot of studies that have basically proven that more protein does not mean more muscle growth. So, what they found, the TLDR is what they found was there's a sweet spot about how much protein you need. And it's roughly 0.55%, or per body pound. So basically 55% of your body weight in grams plus working out, right? Well, grams to, yeah, it's either you can do it to kilograms or you can do it to pounds. You just convert the kilograms to pounds. It doesn't really matter. So it's roughly, like I said, I say 50%. It's just easier. So if you weigh 200 pounds, you take 100 grams of protein, right? Roughly around that. They found that, but the study found that it's not. So the way that they broke it down in like the children's version is protein brings blocks to the work site, right? But protein isn't the only thing that brings blocks to the work site, right? Anything does. Carbs, sugars, anything. All these things bring the material to the work site, right? Now, each one of them burns different calorie rates and functions slightly better or worse. It's like having concrete versus, having like a lesser version of concrete and stuff like that. But anyway, what it basically boiled down to was people were gaining just as much muscle with a protein shake, giving them more protein, like bringing their protein intake up by 2,000, like 2,000 calories of a protein shake, right, with a huge amount of like 200 grams of protein or something in it, versus a 2,000 calorie carb drink. So they you know, they were gaining just as much muscle with carbs as they were with protein. But they also did more studies that were basically saying as you increase past that 50% mark of protein to body weight, right? Your muscle growth doesn't increase. It doesn't increase like linearly, right? So you might go from, let's say, gaining 2 pounds of muscle at 50% to gaining like 2.2 pounds at like 100 grams, or like at like 100%. So people that were taking 100 grams of protein were like netting like 2 pounds of muscle growth, and the people that were like consuming like 200 or 300 grams of protein were netting like 20% more. So like 2.2 pounds of muscle growth. It just wasn't worth the amount of protein intake. It's just not worth it. Bro, Edge, I'm not explaining it in like super detail. I'm explaining it in simplistic, generalistic terms. It's like I said, there's a lot more math involved in it than just the simplistic do 50%, because it's just easier that way. Right? Because it's technically like 0.55 to like 0.59 per blah, which calculates out to blah, and then you do this, and it's no, too much math. I'd rather just do 50% of my body weight, which is a little less, but you're guesstimating anyway. You can do more, you can do a little less. It just averages out throughout the week anyway. Another thing that I try to do, Topher, is um, on days that I'm very active, I will eat more carbs. Like I'll be like on a lower end of protein, right? So it's like, let's say 100 grams is like what I'm shooting for. I'll do like 80 to 100. You know, it's whatever. Just whatever I eat, whatever I eat. But I eat more carbs. I eat more pastas. I eat more rice, stuff like that on my active days. My body has a lot more energy to burn and so on and so forth, but I'm active and I'm burning all these calories a little bit more. Now, don't get me wrong, carbs and stuff have its own negative impact of like they convert to sugars and stuff like that, so it's bad for like insulin and things like that. So if you're diabetic or whatever, trying to keep down like that kind of like negative impacts, carbs are technically, you know, bad for that reason, but they're good for your body for processing purposes. So on those days I work out, days that I'm active, I eat more carbs in general, right? And then on my lazy days, my recoup days, I'll replace a lot of my carbs with proteins. So I'll eat more protein on my lazy days. Now, they don't really say to do this. This is what I do it though. It's more of like a carb cycling kind of idea, comboed with calorie burning, because you burn more calories processing proteins than you do processing anything else. So eating things that are higher in protein will net you more calorie burn throughout the day, just digesting your food. So since I'm trying to have a deficit of calories, so I'm trying to burn more than I'm intaking, on my lazy days where I'm not very active and I'm just kind of like doing active rest where I'm like walking a little bit, I'm stretching, you know, doing like light movements and stuff, and I'm not really like exercising or anything like crazy, I will eat a little bit more protein on those days. I mean, it does help with a little bit of recovery as well with your muscles and stuff, but not so much. It's mostly about my body's digesting while I'm like being lazy these proteins, which burns more calories overall. Yeah, and that's another thing too. It's like there's so much math, so much science that goes into it all. To get it all like correlated into one simple, just flowing, just pattern, it's just it's too much to my brain. I just won't do it. But like I said, that's the general, it's the simple stuff that I do, period, is, you know, On days that I eat a lot of carbs to, you know, put in a little bit of extra protein that I might be missing, I just take a protein shake after my workout, right? It's 25 grams of protein with a little bit of milk, so it's closer to like 30 grams of protein, and that puts me over my 50%, right? So like I might have had like chicken with dinner with some like rice and some other, you know, some fruits or something, or veggies, or, you know, whatever. And then maybe later on I had something else that had some protein, because you get protein from like a lot of things, right? A lot of foods that you eat that just have protein in them. So the protein you get organically just from eating your regular foods is mostly, it's gonna hit your goal for your protein. You don't have to have protein shakes. You don't have to go out of your way to eat high protein foods most of the time. It's just on days that you eat something that might not be high in protein, it's just easy just to have a quick protein shake and boom, you're over your mark and you're good. Because going over 50% is fine. It's just unnecessary at the end of the day, because it's not going to give you any more gains. It's just going to give you more calories, which isn't a bad thing either, depending on like your calorie count or whatever. Uh, just like there's a lot of math. And like I said, I simplify mine. I don't even calorie count. I just, you know, I eat my dinner and I eat like a light snack between dinner or breakfast and dinner, you know? So I get up, wife has dinner, I eat that, and then I have something in between, either like a can of tuna fish or a can of chicken, or I'll have like a bowl of cottage cheese, or I'll have a protein shake, something with like 200 to 300 calories in it. So it's not a whole ton of calories. And then I'll have breakfast, which is another like 800 calorie thing. And like, in theory, like, I think the math equated for me, like I said, after I did my Google searches and I, you know, thought processes and stuff, is as long like I can eat more than 2,000 calories a day and still stay negative, because between me being somewhat active, like doing gym workouts and stuff like that, and the little bit of walking I do regularly and stuff like that, I burn decent amount of calories in general. Um, But like I said, that's obviously skewed by how much protein I'm eating, because like I said, protein burns more calories than, you know, carbs and stuff, and fats and fibers and stuff like that. Um, so like some days I'm burning more, some days I'm burning less. It's just best thing you can do is just weigh yourself every morning after you wake up. Weigh yourself when you're like get up to go piss, when you wake up for the day. Weigh yourself. As long as that scale keeps going down week after week, you're doing, you know, you're fine. And if you don't notice it changing, look, cut a couple more calories, right? You're obviously taking in more calories than you thought you were. Cut a couple more calories. That's basically what it boils down to. It's trial and error. But yeah, like I said, TLDR, try and shoot for half your body weight and protein on average, and just try and cut, like, I would say don't cut more than like 200 or 300 calories a day, right? People like, obviously they're like, oh, cut like 1,500 calories a week or whatever. It's like, you'll burn, 2,000 calories in a week and you'll burn a bunch of fat. And it's like, you'll lose weight, yeah, but it's not gonna be all fat. And if you lose it too fast, your body won't be able to like keep up with it. Not keep up with it, but like, the skin won't be able to elasticity like to shrink, and your body will lose it too fast, and just it's healthier to lose it slow. Like a half a pound a month is like kind of like it's a slow margin, but it's pretty healthy. And that's the thing too, Edge. I like food, but one thing I have noticed, Edge, is if I like the taste of food and I like eating, but the longer you go with eating less food, your stomach starts to shrink, and as your stomach starts to shrink, you don't need as much food to feel full and satisfied. So you start intaking less calories because you don't need to eat as much to feel as full, right? Another thing that I was always struggling with is I would eat until I was full. But since your body takes like 15 to 20 minutes to register that you are full, you overeat. So what I've been doing is I will eat half of what I would eat, right? And I will wait 30, like if I'll eat half of it and I'll push it away, I'll go do something. And if I'm still hungry a half hour to an hour later, I'll eat a little bit more and I'll graze on and off. It prevents me from overeating and it allows for my stomach to start shrinking while continuously, kind of eating the same amount, but not at one sitting. And like you said, kind of keeping your body in that range of not being hungry but not being full, like you were talking about earlier. It's like keeping your body constantly like burning, right? It's like it's the idea behind snacking between meals on healthy stuff, because you don't want to get hungry, because when your body feels like it's hungry, it starts to store the food and not wanting to burn the food, right? Versus when you overeat, now it has an abundance and it doesn't know what to do with it all, and it just kind of just stores it because it can't burn it. You got to find a happy medium. That's why I said I try to eat half of my meal at one time, and put it off to the side, and I'll graze on it after the fact. But that really helped me a lot. Like now I eat a lot less than I used to. I used to eat an entire like extra large pizza by myself at one sitting, and now I eat 2 pieces of pizza, and maybe a couple pieces of crust or whatever from the wife, and I'm just like, all right, cool. I'm good. I'm not full, but I'm nowhere near hungry, and I'm good for like hours. Yeah, water, coffee, tea, super healthy. Um, and yeah, and the nice thing is, Edge, is you can have a sweet tooth and still lose weight. Right? You can have sweets every single day, obviously in moderation, and you can easily still lose weight. It's just about, like I said, the TLDR is less calories in as calories out. That's the TLDR. That is the tried and true proven method of always losing weight. Less calories, you eat less calories than you burn, and you will lose weight. So if you have a sweet tooth and you know that piece of cheesecake you're about to eat is 500 calories, you cut 500 calories out of your actual dinner, and it makes up for it. Just because it's pure sugar and unhealthy for you doesn't mean that you can't eat it and lose weight. There's actually a study, according to a guy that I've been watching, that talks about workout studies and health studies. Supposedly there was a study of a guy that wanted to test if you could lose weight eating nothing but junk food, aka Twinkies and ho-hos and chips and shit like that, right? Like just nothing but fucking junk food. And this guy ate like 2,000 calories worth of junk food for an entire month. All he had, which is surprising he actually lived through that and didn't die. Um, and they found that he lost a lot of weight, and a lot of his blood panels, like triglycerides and things like that in his bloodstream or whatever, actually normalized and went down in values. Like it seemed to be healthier for him than what he was doing previously. And I just laughed when I saw that. Like, I don't know how I should take this. Should I take this as a joke? Should I take this as like it's actually true? Was this bullshit? Like, is it fake news? Like, it just seemed weird. And one thing I did find as well, Edge, is like you don't have to be at a deficit every single day, right? It's an accumulation week to week, kind of maybe month to month. As long as like like if you're negative 500 calories at the end of the month, you're not doing the right thing, right? But like let's say the goal is 200 calories a day. That's 1400 calories a week. Times that by 4, that's roughly, we'll just say 5,000 to be safe. 5,000, I mean that's less than what it should be, but let's say it's 5,000 calories a month you should be negative. You could have high days and you can have low days. As long as by the end of the month you hit your mark of negative 5,000 calories, it's fine. Right? Because there's some days that I eat barely anything, and there's other days that I eat a lot more, right? There's other days that I'm over my calorie intake, and then there's other days that I'm way under, and it averages out. So like you might feel heavier for a day or two here and there, you might gain a couple, pounds here or there, and then you might lose a couple pounds, you might gain a couple pounds, you might lose a couple pounds. But as long as the trend is going downward, kind of like, the markets, it's fine. Right? At the end of the day, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. You don't have, like I said, you don't have to be super anal about, oh, I was only 150 calories negative today, I missed my mark. Like, you don't have to be that anal about it. You can be a lot more relaxed, a lot more chill about it. You could literally just set yourself a goal of, every month be negative 5,000 calories. Right? Because what is it? Every 1,000 calories is roughly a pound or something like that. If I recall correctly, or is it 2,000 calories? I can't remember the number. It's like, I think it's like 2,000 calories is 1 pound. So if you're negative 5,000 calories at the end of the month, that's 2.5 pounds. And like I said, as long as you're working out to maintain muscle, because supposedly, if you're working out and your body's building muscle while you're losing weight, your body will prioritize burning your fat versus burning your muscle for the weight loss, right? Because it's like, well, I need the muscle because it's being used, so let's burn the fat. So that's the idea behind working out at the same time, instead of being lazy and just eating less. Because what you'll end up doing is if you lose weight without working out, you will burn fat and muscle, and then you'll end up with no muscle and no fat. So you'll be this like toothpick of a like a walking skeletal corpse that has like no muscle and no fat, and it's just kind of an awkward thing, right? So instead you work out. It doesn't have to be a lot, just at least something your body knows to keep the muscle. That's like kind of the goal there, right? I mean, so Edge, when it comes to your daily burn, like not moving a lot, it plays a factor. Don't get me wrong, but I would say, depending on the way, like I said, according to Google, like even a desk job, like a job that I work, according to math, right, and studies and guesstimates, um, the average desk job person that sits at a desk all day without like moving around or being on their feet burns like almost 1,800 calories a day, just sitting at their desk doing their job and walking, in and out of work or just their daily life, right? Like that's like their resting stuff without adding any workouts to it. It's like 18 to 2,000 calories, like 1,800 to 2,000 calories, which is not too terrible, right? And obviously everybody's different. Everybody, like, their metabolisms are different and their eating habits are different. Like I said, you burn more calories depending on what you eat, or less calories depending on what you eat. Like I said, proteins versus carbs versus fats, they all burn at different rates. Um, and like depending on how much you have to walk, or how, like, let's say you don't walk at all, you wake up in your bed and you don't move out of your bed to even go to the bathroom. You have a catheter and your laptop's on your lap and you literally don't even move out of your bed. Yeah, you're going to burn less calories than somebody that actually walks to the bathroom and walks outside of their house to get into their car to go to work and stuff. Yeah. There's factors like that in there. But even if you do simple bullshit of like sit-ups and push-ups in your own house once or twice a week, that significantly increases your calorie burn. Standing at your desk. I know that's hard because if you don't have a standing desk or knee problems like I have and back problems, standing at your desk can suck. But like even standing at your desk for an hour a day is huge for you. Like there's a lot of ways that you can increase your calorie burn, but at the same time, calculating your calorie burn is really hard to do without doing like studies and stuff like that. So that's why I say like the generalistic ideas, instead of like trying to calculate it, it's trial and error with the scale. You weigh yourself every day when you wake up, before you eat or drink anything, and you're like, all right, my baseline is 200 today. Check it tomorrow. It's 200 tomorrow. Check it the next day. It's 200 that day. Check it again. It's 200. And after a week, if it hasn't moved, cut a couple calories. Eat a couple less spoonfuls of pasta, right? Eat, half as much Brussels sprouts or whatever the fuck you eat, right? Like just cut a third of whatever it is of something. It cuts a couple of the calories out, and then over that next week, if you see the scale slowly going down, 0.1 down, 0.2 down, 0.3 down, then you're at the deficit you're looking for. And like obviously you can go a little bit further as well in the deficit. And then like I said, it's about that trial and error. Testing it, seeing where your medium is. Like for me, I don't know what happened to me, but the other last week I got on the scale and I was like, all right, cool. And then the next day I lost a pound. And I was like, what the fuck? How did I lose an entire pound in a day? I was like, all right, maybe I sweat a lot, or maybe I had a big poop or something. You know what I mean? Like, all right, whatever. Next day I get on, I was another pound shy. I was like, what the fuck? I just lost 2 pounds in 2 days. Something's wrong here. And then I got on the next day. I was like, okay, I just lost 3 pounds in 3 days. There's either my scale's broken or I'm not eating enough. And then I got on the next day and I gained like 0.5. Right? I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then I got on the next day and I lost that 0.5. And I got on, after that and I went down another like 0.3. I'm like, okay, so I'm at that sweet spot. I don't know what the fuck happened in the beginning, but I don't know how I lost 3 pounds in 3 days. That shit was fucking wild. But like I said, it's just about weighing yourself every day, kind of getting the idea of like what works for you, you know. Yeah, it was like a massive poop something. What the fuck, bro? It was crazy. And another thing that could really help too with a lot of people is they retain a lot of body, like water weight. So saunas are pretty helpful. Sweating out, going outside and just sweating is great. Sweating out toxins and, you know, trying to sweat out some of that water weight and then drinking and rehydrating and stuff like that. Like really helps trying to get rid of a lot of your water weight. My computer, bro, there's so many times my computer room gets so hot I just start fucking sweating. Fucking awful. So awful. Yeah, sometimes it gets fucking scorching, man. But yeah, like I said, there's a lot of math, man. There's a lot of like scientific things that go into everything that you could possibly think of when it comes to weight loss and workouts and training and building this, building that, losing this, losing that. There's so much research, so much studies, so many things that are like proven and disproven, and just thoughts and ideas and things that people say work and that probably do, and some that do and some that don't. Just there's so much to it. Actually, just insane. All the information that there is. But I mean, kind of like what you're saying though. At the end of the day, like just trying to keep yourself from not being hungry and not being overfull. Like you said, eating too fast is a big thing. Trying to pace yourself in eating, because I'm a fast fucking eater. Like, I'm not even exaggerating when I tell you this, Edge. We went to Chipotle the other day, and I ate half my Chipotle bowl, right? And I packed the other half up to bring home to eat for, like, later. Got a Chipotle bowl. We sit down. The wife's like, all right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So she goes to the bathroom. By the time she went to the bathroom and came back, I'd already finished my bowl. less than 2 minutes, 3 minutes, literally gone. So like I said, I get you. I'm a fast fucking eater. But what I do is, even though I eat really fast, I don't eat till I'm full. I eat half of what I put on my plate. And then I wait for my body to register it, because it takes a while for your brain to actually tell you you're full and to feel it. So I eat it as fast as I want to eat, whatever's normal to me, and I just wait. If I'm still hungry in an hour, 45 minutes or so to an hour, I'll eat a little bit more. Right? And like I said, I'll kind of just graze at that point. Every once in a while, like every 15, 20 minutes, I'll take another bite or two, and then, but if my food's gone, my food's gone. But I prevent myself from becoming hungry, but I also prevent myself from getting overly full. It's annoying. I kind of got used to it, because I'll be sitting at my computer and I'll eat some food. I'll sit down on my computer with the rest of my food, and then between when there's pause periods, I'll eat a couple bites of food. So let's say you're playing League of Legends, Edge. That went down. No, I'm just talking to myself. But yeah, for you, Edge, if you eat fast like I do, and your caravan, no. I don't know. I just been kind of talking to myself, but I was just talking about. You said that you eat healthy and everything, but you don't move a lot and you eat really fast. Like I said, eating fast isn't the problem. It's overeating because you eat fast, or just overeating in general. That's the big problem that you probably run into, that I did. But yeah, just for League of Legends though, it's great with League of Legends and Counter-Strike and stuff like that, because the matches are relatively long. So if you eat half of your dinner, leave it on the table next to you, and between every game, take a couple bites of food while you're waiting on the next game, 2 or 3 bites of food, and graze on your food from there, it will prevent you from becoming hungry, and it'll prevent you from overeating as well, because it gives your brain plenty of time to process, to understand, to digest some of the food, and so on and so forth. So you're not overeating, but you're not getting hungry, and so on and so forth. That's something that really helped me. And like I said, oh, I just realized that you wrote in my YouTube as well. Sorry, I didn't even notice that. I was so focused on my chat, my conversation. Well, like I said, when I started doing that more often, Edge, I wouldn't say my stomach started shrinking, but that's what it feels like, because now I don't have to eat as much to be full or to feel satisfied. It took a long time. It took a year of doing this to get kind of used to it, but it just became kind of habit. Eat half my food. I was like, all right, cool. I ate some food. Then I come down, put it on my desk, and I kind of just graze on it while I'm gaming. I started doing that habit day in and day out, and it really helped me stop eating so much. I barely eat compared to what I used to eat. Like I said, I used to eat 20 burger patties a day, an extra large pizza, and a family size box of popcorn chicken, at one sitting. I used to eat a ridiculous amount of food just in one sitting, just overeat like a motherfucker, and it's just not healthy. So like I said, do my damnedest to try and eat it better. I don't cook a whole lot. I don't do any of that. My foods that I eat aren't particularly healthy, but they're not particularly terrible either. Nah, don't do it. Don't, no. Don't you do it. All right, we need to go do the ostrich really quick. That's what I'm saying. You like to cook, so you know what goes into your food. You know the healthiness of the ingredients you're adding and what you're cooking with. Trying to limit intake of sodium, things like that, or whatever it is you're trying to cook with. There's so many things. But you're already a leg up with cooking your own food and being healthier. Like I said, the main thing would be one thing you could do as well, and this is what I did. This is what I started doing over 10 years ago, which is what started getting me into not health kick, but trying to be healthier, is substituting certain things for healthier versions. Instead of eating regular like pasta, like dog shit pasta, like white pasta or whatever you want to call it. You know, substituting that in for like whole grain, right? Tortillas, instead of doing like regular flour tortillas, do like wheat tortillas or low carb tortillas or something, something that's like slightly healthier, right? Less carbs, less calories, like less calorie intake for like those types of things. Or like your oils or your fats that you cook with. Some of your seasonings, right? Some of your seasonings, like overusing certain seasonings can also be a thing. Like there's a lot of little things like that when it just comes to cooking that you get to control, right? You get to change things in and out and use healthier versions of certain things to elicit the same end goal, but maybe it cuts down on the calories a little bit. Maybe it cuts down on saturated fats or things like that. So it's like slightly better for you nutritionally. Yeah, Rift next upgrade, yeah, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I'm curious on what Rift's gonna give us. It's gonna be nice. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Edge, it's either try and cook yourself like a fourth of like only 3/4 of what you normally would cook, or eat slower and let your body's stomach naturally shrink so you don't need as much food to feel full. And over time, you'll eat less, which means you can take less calories to still feel satisfied and full. And if you're eating less calories to feel satisfied and full, you're going to overall throughout the day intake less calories, which then in turn helps you be easier to get out of deficit of calories. At the end of the day, that's really what you're shooting for. But like I said, I think the main thing is people harp too much on I wasn't negative on my deficit today. I need to make I didn't make my deficit goal every single day. It's not a daily deficit that matters. It's an overall deficit that matters, right? It's an accumulation of deficit. So if I ate 200 calories more than I was supposed to today, but tomorrow I ate 300 calories less than I was supposed to, I'm still positive 100. But the next day, if I eat another negative 300, now I'm net neutral, right? Where I'm shooting for, which is negative 200 a day, right? So it's just like, as long as you get to your monthly goal, you're fine. Yeah, so with so there's actually a YouTuber that I really like, mate. He does a lot of like studies. He gets viewers and he gets people that he knows or finds or whatever, and he likes to experiment with them, which is kind of hilarious. But he gets people together. He gets like skinny people, skinny fat people, average people, and he puts them to the same dietary restrictions or the same workout plans, kind of see the results of what everybody like ends up. Obviously, most of the people stick to it to a point, take that with a grain of salt. They don't lie or whatever. But every body type is slightly different, and it's just funny to like see the differences in each body type or whatever. But if you're like skin and bones, no muscle, with like very little fat, whatever else, you're one of the body types that's very easily changeable. And it's not so much you need to increase your calorie intake to gain weight. It is the thing. It is a factor for sure. Because in order to grow muscle, in order to gain weight, you need to increase how much calories you have, right? So if you're burning 2,000 calories and you're eating 2,000 calories, you're going to stay the same. Right? You're not going to change. But if you're burning 2,000 calories and then taking to 2,200 calories, you will slowly gain weight. Right? And here's the thing. The heavier you get, the more calories you naturally burn. So eventually, if you keep eating 2,200 calories, your body will eventually catch up and you'll be at a net zero and you won't gain weight anymore. Right? Does that make sense? So the heavier you get, the more calories you burn. So eventually you set a target goal of calories and your body will naturally plateau and stop gaining once it hits that plateau, like once it hits that net neutral. So it truly just depends on how much weight you're trying to gain. And I'm pretty sure you can just Google, hey, if I want to weigh 200 pounds, how many calories do I need to intake per day to maintain that? Right. And it'll tell you. It's like 2,500 calories, 2,800 calories a day, 3,200 calories, whatever it is. It's like to maintain 200 pounds of weight, you need to, depending on your obviously your activity levels as well, because obviously that plays a factor because how much calories you're burning from workout sessions and activities. Since you're on your feet all day long, you burn more calories than anybody. So it was funny in the study edge or mate, there was a guy super skinny, super skinny, and they found out through the study that this guy ate more calories per day than somebody that weighed 3 times his weight. He was eating like 4,000 calories a day. And then the guy that weighed like 300 pounds, right? It wasn't quite 3 times his weight, but you know what I'm saying? Someone that was like huge, super overweight, super obese, super fat, was eating like 2,800 calories a day. And the weight difference was insane, right? But the difference is this guy, he worked retail. He was on his feet all day long, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, always walking around, always moving, always doing something. On his days off, he went out, he would go play pickleball, he'd play basketball, he'd play with his friends, he'd go on hikes. Like he was a very, very ridiculously active person. This motherfucker burned like a ridiculous amount of calories every single day. So eating that many calories meant nothing because he burned all of them. So for you, being on your feet all day long, constantly walking around, constantly doing stuff, you're going to burn naturally a lot of calories, which is why you're struggling to gain weight, right? So for you, something like a protein shake would greatly improve your chances of gaining weight, right? Because you're obviously eating, like whatever you're eating, you're maintaining your body weight with however much you're currently eating. You need to supplement what you're eating with a small amount of extra calories. So something you normally wouldn't add, but it needs to be like, I wouldn't say a snack, but in between your meals. The problem you're going to run into though is you might not be hungry, right? You might be full. Adding this extra snack might not work for you because your body just like, hey, I'm not hungry. I don't need this extra stuff. And that's the hard part. Right? So for like I said, for you, if you wanted to gain weight, it's the same thing as losing weight. If you want to gain weight, do it slowly, very slowly. Like I said, be at a positive calorie, like an excess calorie of like 200 calories a day. So shoot for like somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 calories a week, which is somewhere between 4,000 and 5,500 calories a month. And you should gain, in a month, you should gain roughly 2 pounds. That's what, like, it's kind of like what I would say you're shooting for. You're shooting to gain 2 pounds a month, if not a little less, because you don't want to gain it too fast. And you want to be able to adjust as needed so you don't do it too quickly, right? This also allows for your body to gain it as more lean mass versus fat. Because if you eat too much too quickly, your body's going to store it as fat rather than muscle. And since you are very active, like I said, you are gonna gain lean mass just purely from being active, walking around, standing. It's gonna be mostly leg mass, right? But one thing I would add in is when you're home, even if you're tired or whatever before work, you need to add in some sort of workouts, right? Push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, squats, step ups, lunges, maybe some bicep curls and tricep stuff. Like you need to add in some exercise. It doesn't have to be something serious. It doesn't have to be super crazy. You don't have to go over the top. Just super basic body workout exercises. And like I said, it's mostly there because you need to tell your body, hey, I'm using my muscles. You know what I mean? So put the extra calories that I'm gaining towards building muscle. This way, the pounds you gain, you'll gain some fat. Don't get me wrong. But it should be like 25% fat and like 75% muscle is what you're shooting for. 60-40, something around those lines, what you're kind of shooting for. And you'll see a huge transformation in your body. Like just adding like 5 pounds of muscle, you're gonna be like, what the fuck just happened? Like it's a ridiculous change. To a skinny person to get 5 pounds of lean muscle is ridiculous. It's so noticeable. So like I said, don't have to be crazy. You don't have to intake a shit ton of protein. You don't have to like, you know, do super crazy hard workouts. Now I will say when it comes to building muscle, it's kind of the same thing with plateauing with your calories and your weight, that you know, if you work out this hard every single time, your muscles will only grow to the point of where that is, right? How big and strong they need to be to do that workout, right? So if you want them to be bigger, you want them to be stronger, you know, you want them to stay growing or at a certain growth or, you know, size, you need to hit that milestone of what it takes to maintain that muscle size or strength or whatever. So if you're only, let's say you're taking a 10-pound dumbbell and you're curling it 50 times a day, right? Your muscles will grow until it hits the plateau of what that 50 the 50 reps of 10 dumbbell can give you, right? It's the same thing with like eating 2,000 calories. Your body will naturally equalize at what 2,000 calories will maintain, right? That 50 rep of 10 dumbbell curl can only maintain so much muscle. Can't grow, but it won't lose, right? Same thing with like abs, right? If you do 50 crunches a day, those 50 crunches only correlate to so much muscle mass. So depending, it's like I said, trial and error, do what works for you, add stuff, subtract stuff, you know, put more effort in here, put more effort in there. It's just, like I said, it's trial and error, man. It's over time. It's not a instant gratification thing. It's not a, you gotta be super strict every single day, has to be the exact right min max nutrients and freaking calorie counted down to the microgram and shit like that. You don't have to be that fucking anal about it. Just be consistent and try and hit your like average goals. Like average, it has to be an average. You can have low days, you can have high days. As long as it averages to what you're shooting for, it's all that matters. And then when it comes to working out, you don't have to do it every day. 3 times a week, 4 times a week, more than enough. And it doesn't have to be anything crazy. So, okay, so we have bear. Just been talking, not really paying attention. So we have bear, we have this, we have both of these, we have frog, we have penguin, we have this one. We need the deer. Then we need that. We need hyenas. All right, so we need hyenas and deer. Hyenas should be. Then we'll grab some deer, and then we can do that in the desert, because we do a desert anyway. But we'll do the hyenas first. Does that make sense, mate? Hey, so I'm not trying to like overwhelm you with information. I'm trying to keep it simple, as absolute basic as I can, but giving you like the the, the core of what really matters. Like I said, there's a lot of like caveats. There's a lot of like extra like fine details that go into a lot of the stuff that I leave out. But the core crux of what truly like matters is what I'm trying to give you without like over flooding you, right? You're welcome. Like I said, for you, honestly, all it would be, mate, for simplicity's sake, do what you normally do on a regular basis because it's obviously working for you. But add in an extra like 500 calories somewhere. Snacks it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't have to be protein. It doesn't have to be anything super healthy. It just needs to be an extra 500 calories. And the reason I say 500 instead of 200 is because if you're also adding in push-ups, sit-ups, squats, lunges, any type of exercises like those, you're going to burn more calories from doing those exercises, right? So I would say shoot for an extra 500 calories throughout the day, whether it is you're snacking on a bag of chips or a protein bar, or you know what I mean, like protein, like a protein shake, some sort of like calorie shake, like, you know, milk with, you know, some sort of powder mixed in just for some extra calories. Something simple, something tasty, some sort of like a treat that you have, like, you know, every day or every other day, however you want to do it to hit your goal. But I would shoot for an extra 500 calories of anything. Doesn't matter what it is. It just has to be calories. So don't focus on what type of calorie, just focus on how many. Just 500 extra calories, and do a workout, like do 2 days of workouts. Do like leg days or full body, right? It doesn't matter. You can do like a full body, you can do like I said, your push-ups, your biceps, your triceps, and you know, squats and lunges all in one day. Skip 2 days, do it again. Skip 2 days, do it again. Or you can split them up into 2 different days. You can do like your upper body or your front half of your body. Either way, you know, some people like front half versus upper. You know, just some people like don't like having strict leg days, so they'll do like front of their body. So they'll do like their quads, you know, their abs, their chests, their buys, you know, and then the next day they'll do like shoulders, tries, back, you know, glutes, hams, calves. Like they'll split it up front and back. Some people just do upper body versus lower body. I like to count my core, my abs, as both upper and lower, so I do them 2 days on both days. So just personal preference there. So if you don't want to work out a whole lot at one time, you can just do upper body one day, lower body the next day. Wait like a day, and then do upper body, and then do lower body. And the reason why is gives you 2 days for your muscle groups to recover between your workouts, and you shouldn't need too much recovery if you're not taking it too hard. But yeah, doing that plus the extra 500 calories, you should be fine. You should gain weight slowly, and it should just work. Like I said, you might have to increase the amount of exercise, which means you have to increase the amount of calories past 500 after a little while. So like I said, like start off with like, I don't know, like what your baseline is. Let's say you can do 10 push-ups right now, right? Like in one sitting. Start with like 3 reps of like 10. And if you can't hit 10 on all 3 reps, go till you can't. So if you do like 10, 8, 7, that's perfectly acceptable. Keep trying to shoot for 10 sets of, or 10 reps of, 3 sets of 10 reps of like push-ups on your push-up part, on your push-up workout. Same thing with your curls. If you have like a 15 dumbbell, you know, or something like that, something that you can curl. Doesn't even have to be a dumbbell. It could literally be a stack of flour. Doesn't really matter what it is. Something in the kitchen. Anything, even a chair. You can just curl a chair with 2 arms. It doesn't really matter. Whatever you have, you know, you're like I wouldn't rep anything more than 10. So go in sets of 10. And if you can do 3 sets of 10, do that for like a week, and then up the weight if you can. Some sort of way to increase the resistance. One way you can increase the resistance, instead of doing the exercises fast, do them slow. One way you can increase the muscle tension and muscle growth and working them harder without increasing the amount of reps or the amount of weight. There's a whole lot of, like I said, there's a lot more that goes into it. There's a whole lot that goes into it. But that's like the simple. Like I said, 500 extra calories, light workouts to start with. Increase your workouts as they, you know, as you progress. Increase your workouts a little bit harder. More exercises for the same muscle group if need be. You know, add in flies, add in wide push-ups, close push-ups, you know, add in multiple for like hammer curls versus regular curls, tricep extensions versus dips, you know, add in some extra exercises here and there. But as you increase your exercises, like the not the frequencies per se, but the intensities, you're gonna burn more calories, which means you need to intake more calories. So starting off with 500 with light workout, moderate workout, 700 calories, like 750 calories, right, to maintain this. And eventually you'll find a good equilibrium of, hey, I weigh what I'm shooting for, and you know, then you kind of just chill, right? You hit your weight goal and you continue working out while maintaining the calories you're eating. That's what it basically boils down to. All right, now we just need deer, and we need to go to the desert anyway. So let's go down here. Dude, yeah, it's so funny, Pip. So many people will drive to a gym to then walk on a treadmill, and I'm just like, I mean, I get it to a point, right? If it's raining, if it's snowy, if the weather's not nice, I get it. And I also get it for the fact that after you do your workout, not many people want to walk home, right? I kind of get it, but I also do agree that, like, why would you drive to the gym to then walk at the gym? Why don't you walk to the gym so your workout has already started and then you just jump right into your workout and you walk home for your cool down? It's much better. Monkey be doing smashy things. Let's go. Smashy McSmashies. Hell yeah. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. For efficiency purposes, that's the best way to do it. Personally, I'm even lazier than that. I built my own home gym. So I don't drive anywhere. I don't walk anywhere. I mean, I have my own walking treadmill, my walking pad. What the? Hey, hey. I have my own walking pad in my office. So I actually, before I start my workout, I actually turn on Crunchyroll on my TV, well, monitor, whatever, and I walk for an episode. And then when my episode is over, I, grab my stuff from my office and I go out to my workout room. I do my workout, and then I come back down and I just chill. So I'm even lazier. Oh man. Anyway, so we got this done. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so we have all these. We just need the deer really fast. Tenderizing. Let's go. Does it taste very tender and juicy, Edge, when you chomp them? Glad you can't name the monkey the tenderizer. I mean, there's plenty of walkable space. But do you really want to trust this dipshit driving on the fucking road that's not going to just randomly swerve and hit your ass? Or he's going to run a red light when you're in a crosswalk or something? Like, I don't trust people. People are fucking dumb. Bro, today, me and the wife were, going to Costco. And we're sitting, it's a 3-lane road. So, like, or a 3-lane intersection. So the left lane is turning left, the middle lane goes straight, and then the right lane turned right. We're sitting in the middle lane behind like 3 people, and they're driving. This fucking guy from the middle lane decided he wanted to take a right turn from the middle lane. So he turns to the right, and he somehow still drives over the curb from the middle lane. Like, he took it so sharp from the middle lane to a right turn that he somehow still drove over the fucking curb. I don't know how he managed that. Like, I can understand that, like, okay, this is the curb, right? This, like, little turn. If you're driving in the right lane and you turn this turn and you kind of skirt the curb and you kind of hit it a little bit. Okay, cool. If you're over here and you somehow turn and still run the curb over, you are something special. All right, see it over, man. I appreciate you. Take it easy, man. I'll talk to you later. See you. Have a good one. Make sure you get your workouts in. Get those 25 sit-ups. Let's go. Or crunches. Don't do sit-ups. Do crunches. Crunches are way more effective than sit-ups. Sit-ups are going to hurt your abs. Or hurt your hips. Yeah, that's true. I mean, my night is mornings. Diablo! What's going on? You know, I always forget that Diablo's messages are always like super just scuffed. Trying to decipher, it's so hard sometimes. All right. So we need do for sure. Do we need any of this stuff? No. Okay. Do we need any? Oh, so we need this. Okay. Don't need this. Okay. Do we need anything here? No. Okay. We need this. Okay. Don't need this, but we do need this. Okay. We need these three. And then we need one of these, it looks like. Yeah. So let's get one spark. One dew, it looks like. One spark, one dew, couple leaves, and some roses. Of course, there's not a single flower on me. There's a dew. Okay. So dew is done. Yeah, it's so funny, man. Like, I don't know how he manages. You could tell he has an accent with a keyboard. Like his keyboard just types in an accent. I don't get it. It's so hard to decipher it sometimes. It's kind of funny. I mean, I get 90% of what he says. But God, I'm reading it. I'm like, God, it's like trying to listen to an Indian person on the phone. No offense to anybody that is Indian, but like when I try and like talk to people in like other companies that have those Indian call centers or whatever, it's so hard to understand them with their accents. Like I have actual Indian neighbors, and some of them I try and talk to. Sometimes I can't understand a word they're saying because like there's certain words that they struggle to like enunciate, I guess, with their accent. I'm like, huh? What'd you say? Can you say it again? What was that? So hard, man. Yeah, a broken bone for a new bike. Yeah, I know what you were saying. I was just like trying to like. It took me a minute to like read it and kind of figure out exactly like what some of the words were and stuff. But yeah, bro, people are just fucking dumb. Like legit dumb. All right, so this is done. This is done. So we needed that. And that. So we need the mists. I think comes from the roses, and we need a few dream. Oh, these aren't what we needed. We didn't need the dew leaves. We needed the dream ones, which we haven't found yet. All right, Edge, sounds good. Hey, I'll be around for work in the next couple days, like tomorrow and the next day. If you want to do a little, PoEing and stuff like that, maybe you can help me get through the rest of these acts or something. If you're free, maybe we can help each other out a little bit. I don't know. But I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Sleep well. Talk to you later. Bye bye bye. Yeah, so one of the things with like the turn signals is some people honestly don't even know that they're on because they should auto turn off when you use them, like when you turn, and they're expecting them to auto turn off and they're fucking oblivious to the clicky clicky inside their car going blink 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 blink. They're like, what's that sound? I don't know what that is. I'm just gonna ignore it. Like, they don't understand that there's a clicky clicky inside their car, so they just leave their turn signal on like idiots. But some cars don't have a sound indicator in the car, and some of the cars, the auto turn off feature gets broken over time on like some of the janky ass cars. So if they don't remember to turn it off, it just stays on. It just is. It's just a thing. Um, it happens all the time, like especially with older cars. So it's like I get it. It could be something like you're on autopilot, you're not really paying attention. You put your turn signal on to take a turn, and then it just stays on because it doesn't auto turn off, and you forget that you have to turn it on, turn it on or off, whatever. Makes sense. Look, hey, we have another guy. We have another guy, AFK, at a rock, holding E. Great time. Love the game. It's amazing. Would never change it for the world. So I mean, like I said, I don't fault people for it, but there is a thing of like, some people turn their turn signal on too early, and then some people turn it on way too late. Next stream will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So we're gonna work Wednesday and Thursday, and then we'll be back Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Well, that's what I was saying, Diablo. You should be able to hear the click, 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 click inside your car. But some people, they're like blasting music, they're on the phone. Sometimes the actual sound indicator in the car no longer works. That's a thing I've seen as well. Not very common, I guess, because it's not something that typically breaks all that often, but it is a thing. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like if you use a turn signal, you should make sure it's turned off. Right? But like I said, it becomes I wouldn't say a habit, but it becomes like a complacency thing after a while that you use it and you're used to it just turning off on its own that you don't think about it. Right? You're expecting it to auto turn off, and if it doesn't, you don't you don't even think to check. Yeah, hearing it. Yeah. I get you. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to seem ageist or anything, but I definitely agree that there should be a driver's license retake, like at least the driven part, like maybe not the written test, but you should have to retake your actual driving test, the physical, sit in a car with somebody like every 15 years or like every 20 years until you're like, I would say 50, and then it should be like at 60, and then it should be at like 65, and then it should be at like 70, and then like kind of, you know what I mean? It should get gradually more and more frequently as you get older. It seems, like I said, kind of ageist. It's like, oh, you think because I'm old I can't do this? It's no, it's not you particular. I don't think that you as an individual can't drive, but there are many people that can't. I also think that every driver, no matter their age, should be forced to have a data gathering chip in the car. Like every car should just have a data gathering chip. And what I mean by that is it should be able to save information, kind of like a black box on an airplane, where it's like how fast you're driving, right? How much you're braking, how fast you're accelerating, blah blah blah. It should be able to calculate these things, and maybe not correlate to the road you're on or whatever. But if you're driving 95 miles an hour, you know you're speeding. There's not a single road in the United States, at least, that is over 75 miles an hour. If you're driving more than 75 miles an hour, you know that person's speeding. If you know that they're accelerating from 0 to 75 in like 4.5 seconds, you know that they're accelerating too fast. It's like calculating this data on someone that's driving this car. And maybe it's not maybe not a specific individual, but it's car related. It's car specific, and you know who that car is linked to, is who owns it, who pays car insurance on it, and that information, when you go to renew your license, should be flagged and, you know, looked at and be like, oh, we can see that this car has been speeding regularly and it's been doing this, it's been doing that. And this will force car owners to be like, oh, let me get on my kid's ass, right? Let me solve this situation. You know what I mean? Like, and at that point, like, it should be, hey, get this fixed. If this happens, if this goes the same way next year, everybody on, you know, on this car, everybody that's, you know, legally allowed to drive it will have to retake their driver's test. And the problem is, like, I mean, maybe there's better solutions to it, or better, you know, better ways to calculate it. But the reason I say this is because there's so many kids, and even like young adults or even middle-aged people, that just speed and drive like fucking asshats, cut people off, you know, just ride people's asses. Like, I just feel like there should be a way to correlate this data, because like cars nowadays can tell you how close you are to another car, right? They can tell you if you're driving too fast and pre-warn you, hey, you're about to get into a car accident, and auto stop and all this other. Like, there's so much data in the world. There has to be a way that we can use this data to our advantage to try and fix, or maybe not fix, but try to force people to learn how to fucking drive, or at least drive properly. It pisses me off. Yeah, people try to parallel park, but I didn't really have to learn to parallel park where I grew up. Um, but yeah, like sometimes that shit's fucking hilarious to watch. All right. So Lily, what do we need? We need basil. So we need petals, sweet root, and basil. What the? Get off my screen! Jesus Christ! All right, so Lily is taken care of. We need sweet root and a basil. So look for sweet root while we work our way to the basil. I know where I can find some. Guess I'll have to go that way to find it. Yeah, it's funny. The wife will go into the store and I'll sit in the car sometimes because I hate shopping. And I'll be sitting in the parking lot just chilling, watching people like park and stuff. And sometimes, bro, it fucking cracks me up. I'll watch someone like try and pull into a parking space and somehow completely miss the parking space. And they look at it, they're like, oh, well, I'm just gonna pull forward to the next one. And they somehow miss the next parking space. So then they drive from that parking space to the next parking space and still fuck that one up. So then they try and back up and then they miss that one. It's just like, how can you miss 5 fucking times? Or they pull into a parking space and they're too close so they can't get out of the car, so they back up to readjust and they're in the exact same spot that they started at. And I'm like, how do you fuck this up 15 times? Like, how? How in the fucking world can you reattempt parking 10 times and still be in the exact same place you started? It's just crazy. I'm not saying I'm like a good driver. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying I'm a bad driver. I'm just saying that you would think if you back up and readjust your car, you would at least move a little bit. Like something. Just, I don't understand how you could end up in the same position 20 times. It's just so funny. True. Thinking is hard. I forgot. Some people can't do that. You're right. You're right. When you write, you write. What am I thinking? Thinking that they know how to think. Ooh, oh man, that came out of fucking nowhere. Yeah, I mean, a lot of newer cars have backup cameras and forward cameras. It's just crazy. Like, people just don't know how to drive. Like, period. Bro, I saw the funniest Toyota Camry today. Some guy thought he was going to be a racer. And he took a Toyota Camry. He put racing stripes on it. He put a spoiler on it. He put a new exhaust system on it and a new hood scoop and everything. And try to make it look mean and sound scary. And I'm looking at it as like, bro, no matter what you do to that car, it's a fucking Camry. Like, unless you completely gut the transmission, the engine, the suspension, maybe even go as far as like changing out the entire drive system, like the drivetrain and everything. Unless you completely gut that car from top to bottom, electrical and all, no matter what you do to that car, you can only get so much oomph out of it. It's a fucking Camry. Now, that being said, yes, if you rip out everything, all the guts, and you leave the frame as a Camry, yes, it's no longer a Camry, right? It's got the body of a Camry, but it's got the innards of a Ferrari, right? Like, I get it. That's definitely a possibility. But I'm sorry. Putting on a mean freaking exhaust system and putting a hood scoop and spoiler on it does not make your car fast. Does not make you a race car. Sorry, it just doesn't. Not how it works. Yeah, how can you drive and be like, oh, I don't even know how I got here. When did I start driving? It's like, bitch, are you drunk? Yeah, bro, I was cracking up. This guy, you could hear him. I'm like, what the fuck is that noise? It sounded like a motorcycle revving, revving a motorcycle. And then I see this Camry pull into the parking lot. I'm like, he made that much noise just pulling into the parking lot? What the fuck? And then he was like driving down the lane we were in, and he's like, vroom, 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 vroom. And I'm like, it's a Camry. I was such a dick, dude. I was like, you're driving a Camry. It's always gonna be a Camry, bro. And he just like vroom vroom, and he just like drove on, like squealed his tires past us, and I'm just like, yeah, keep revving your fucking Camry engine, bro. God, my Traverse could probably outrun that bitch. My stock fucking Traverse. Just like the fucking Toyota Camry, bro. It's like people that take like Dodge Neon, like the old Dodge Neons, and they try to like soup them up by putting like a spoiler on it and a fucking bigger like muffler, and you know what I mean? Like maybe putting like a not a turbocharger, but like a thingy-majiggy on it. I'm not very big on cars, so don't mind me on that. But not the turbocharger, but the other ones. Oh yeah, maybe it is a turbocharger, not the supercharger. But you know what I'm saying? Like they put something on it, try and give it some more horsepower. It's like, bro, no matter what you do, that engine can only handle so much. It's a fucking Dodge Neon, bro. The end of the day, or what you do to that thing, it's a fucking Dodge Neon. And now, don't get me wrong, there are those one-off where the guy has like quite literally gutted everything out and left the frame. And I've seen the old school Beetles. I don't know what you really what the actual call what the car's actually called. We call it the Beetles. Um, I've seen someone take a car like that, literally dog shit ass old piece of crap right out of the fucking junkyard, completely gut every fucking feature from the entire car from top to bottom, and just rebuild it from scratch. And that fucking thing outran so many fucking vehicles. That shit was so goddamn fast. But well, once again, that's one of the one-offs. It's like, yeah, no matter what you do, it's a Beetle. But it proves that if you take it completely apart and you gut it from top to bottom, you can make something out of it. Right. Just you gotta put the effort in. Oh, but yeah, man, that shit was funny. All right. What was I doing again? I think I'm missing something. Oh yeah. I needed these. Yeah, because the car just fucking it's so light. Yeah. You have to have like the wheelie bar so you don't fucking backflip. Because the car is just so goddamn light. You put too much horsepower because it's a rear engine car, right? And I think it's rear drive as well. I could be wrong on that. Um, but it's such a light fucking car. If you put too much horsepower to put too much umph in it, shit's just gonna fucking backflip on you. Just straight up just backflip. Crazy. Yeah, the engine goes in the back. I just don't remember if it's a front wheel drive car or a rear wheel drive car. That's what I don't remember. Yeah, it's already back heavy. Yeah, because the engine it's a rear engine car. I just like I said, I don't remember. Is it a rear wheel drive car as well? Yeah. So you get all the umph in the back of the car with all the weight in the back of the car. It's a recipe for doing a backflip. Yeah, so you have to have a wheelie bar on it to prevent your car from backflipping. All right, guys. We have finished our tokens. We have finished our town board. I have not been checking our breeds, so let us go to town. We're going to turn these in. We're going to go to our other town. We're going to check our breeds because we haven't been checking those. And then I think we have 2 hours left to stream. We can go and farm more ores for more XP. You guys are interested? Or I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Mindlessly farm ore sounds like the only thing I can think of to do. Where is, okay, so we gotta go residence for dropping off the pets. I'm gonna go pee really quick and then we'll get into the grinding soon. God, fucking sword. T10? Let's go! That's huge! Which T10 did you get? A mini with a V8? Oh my god. That's crazy. Mini is fucking tiny as it is. I mean, there's large minis and there's small minis, but yeah, like minis are pretty small as it is. That's pretty crazy. Chemical? Okay, that's huge. At least you don't have to deal with that one anymore. That's what I'm trying to get out of the way. Yeah, I want to get the chemical. I mean, I have, like I said, the basic plant done, and I want to get chemical done too. Oh, you thought it was a cog? Yeah, T10 cog would be nuts. Oh, I like skylines though, Diablo. Skylines are nice. It was red hot, bro. That's crazy. Uh, yeah, I like Skyline. Skyline's a nice car. Um, there was one I saw, not physically, but there was a picture a buddy of mine sent me. They were at a drag strip. And there's like street cars doing drag races and stuff at the drag track. And this F-150, bro, a Ford F-150, bro. This fucking truck smoked so many cars. Was so fucking funny. It was an older F-150, just looked beat up. It looked old and kind of rusty, just something you just wouldn't expect. And he just fucking sleeper card everybody. God, was it funny. It's just like something you would just not expect to see. It's good. It was good. I thought it was hilarious. What? I don't know, man. If your engine plate's getting hot, that's probably a problem. It's gonna say that, you know. You might have a problem when. All right, there is something I do need to work on though. I need a couple more chests because I'm trying to stockpile my coal from when I'm AFKing, and I just don't have a lot of room. Because like this one's already full, right? So I think I need to put a couple chests maybe right here. That was a god awful noise. That was making an awful ass noise. Don't know where I. Not Jewel Cutter. It's not that. Not the Tanner. Not the Loom. I don't think I have carpentry place. Okay. Whatever this noise is, I have to leave. This is hurting my brain. Oh, that's upstairs. I'm like, what is this god awful noise? It's my fucking Roomba upstairs. I'm like, God, that's so annoying. Whatever that noise is. So I need a carpenter. I need to make these. So we need a carpenter bench. Um, okay. So we need 20 resident. Let's go get that. Yeah, bro, what is this like weird, crackly, grindy, just sound coming from? So fucking confused. So we got a Roomba on the main floor, which it starts at 3 a.m. It's a mopper. So it's a mopper and a vacuum in one. And when it starts, it has to get its mop head wet. And I'm like, what is this weird like I'm like, what the fuck is this noise? I thought it was like the things that I started in the house, the crafts. I'm like, bro, that is fucking obnoxious. Yeah, if your engine plate is like red fucking hot and it's still working fine, like you know your engine is like built to fucking take a
You
beating.
look thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh. Alright, we needed 20 resonance wood, right? Oh, we have enough. Okay. Let's go do this carpentry thing. I know I'm gonna need more because I need to. I probably don't because I have some already saved up, so I should be fine. Alright, so let's make. Carpentry. We're gonna put this in the other fucking building. I don't feel like dealing with it. You can always move it later. And I think we'll just throw in the coal over here so I don't have to do. Yeah, I was thinking about using silver over here. Probably just silver over here. We'll do silver over here. Okay. Alright, so the goal is to get down to this. Requires 20 carpentry. Which means we need to make a bunch of these. So we need some processed and some iron. No downside to having it over here because I don't have the materials with me. That's fine. It's fine. Fine. Don't worry about it. make this 10 there, so we have the residence wood. Okay. I'll take this and I'll make a bunch of chesticles. Yeah, I did, mate. I'm gonna do it again. I'm really thirsty, so. Oh yeah, you got a smart mop. Yeah, but like I said, ours is an iRobot or Roomba or whatever you want to call it. It's kind of the same deal, you know. It gets itself wet, it empties itself, you know, it cleans itself. It also vacuums and empties the vacuuming part too into a bag. So it's like it does a little bit of all that stuff for us, and it does the whole main floor. Since we have 3 floors, we have the basement, we have the main floor, and then we have the upstairs with the bedrooms. So we have 2 vacuums, 2 vacuum ones, one in the top, which is all carpet, and then the basement has all carpet as well. So both of those are just vacuum ones. And then we have the mop vacuum in the main floor because it's mostly tiled. Um, and then it has like a couple carpets, like throw rugs and stuff. So oh, you're watching a streamer with the new game? Interesting, interesting. Okay. All right, so we have that cooking. So woodworking's coming in, and then hopefully we're getting EXP from the chest being crafted as well. So that's saying, yeah. I do need to work on more processed wood though. Also let's over here process the rest lumber. Process the rest of the iron, I guess, over here too. Oh, we need to go farm more iron. But let's look at our inventory first. Oh, I need to go get. Okay, so I think that's what we'll do first. We need to go and get animals. Let's go buy another 100 lassos. Then go pick up a bunch of animals. I wonder what I can roll. I've been hitting so many nuggies. Kind of curious what my nuggie roll can be. I haven't got a new one. I have a 3.5 billion, and I haven't got a new one in a long time. Yeah, I have 3.8 billion. Mine can roll from 12 mil to 20 bill. Crazy. 42,000 nuggies since my last. Well, since I got the upgrade. Since I got the can't reset upgrade. 42,000 nuggies. That's crazy. That's so many nuggies. Jesus Christ. Wait, what is this? Oh, I have that. Okay, I was like, what the hell is that? You have a 3.8 bill as well? Yeah, we have the same nuggie then. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Yeah, 3.88 on mine. Pretty cool. All right, let us grab a couple more lassos. And off to the road we go. I did not check my horses. Damn, I forgot. Hey, carpentry 6. That's actually huge. I keep hitting G to go stealth. And I forgot I have to jump off my mount first. I keep fucking it up. You just got lucky on that one. Breaker? No, I haven't seen it. I used to be an FPS player. I mean, I still like FPS games. I just don't like playing them because it's just too stressful and not really worth the effort. No. 47 crowns. I'm telling you, man, 50 crowns will probably happen as long as you're continuously doing gaming. It'll probably happen before you get to 200 on Bola. Honestly. Bola's gonna take a while. Unless you keep working on like your EXP gains. But a lot easier. Interesting. I think there was a game not that long ago that reminded me of Escape from Tarkov, but it was like more comical because it was like a duck off or something like that. And you were ducks. And you had to like go into the world and there was like fishing spots where you could like fish and like capture things and stuff. It was pretty hilarious. Yeah, Escape from Duck Off. Yeah, that shit was so funny looking. Kind of cracked me up. Interesting. Was Duck Off actually really good, Fit? It looked hilarious. I watched Josh OG play it a little bit, and it was just cracking me up. He was just sitting there like fishing in a lake, trying to like capture all the different types of fish and trying to like complete the like achievements and stuff in the game. It was cool. Like, don't get me wrong, it was cool. It just cracked me up, like the idea of the game. Oh, Oh, the Forza, the new Forza game, that looked pretty cool. I've never been a Forza guy, but I watched Shroud play it, and I think Timac play it. And they both looked pretty solid. I've never been a Forza player myself, but it looked pretty so. I thought what looked cool about it was like it was like an open world kind of style, and it was co-op. Like you could actually have people play with you, which I thought that was really cool. A little change of pace, you know. Yeah, I mean, depending on the type of like genre of games you like and like what you enjoy doing on a daily basis, I would say Forza is probably a really solid game. Like I say, it's pretty chill. You get racing, like MMO style, like other people are in the world. You can customize your car, do different types of cars. Like it just if you're a car guy and you like racing, I think it's pretty good. Bro, I'm struggling with these pigs. Like 3 pigs I have failed in a row. Bitch, how did I get? I wasn't even that close. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, it looked kind of cool because like Shroud was like grouping up with people and they were doing races as a group, trying to like hit certain milestones and achievements inside the races and stuff. I thought it was pretty sick. Like as a group, they were trying to do like a drift race and hit like certain amount of drift points during the whole race or something. Pretty cool. Non-freedom units. I'm getting fucked on a lot of these tamings. Bullshit units. That sounds alright. So fucked down, dude. Naming things are so stupid. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I'm so lost. Oh, was any of that English? Oh yeah, that a shit ton is totally a unit of measure. A metric fuck ton? Yeah, that's another unit of measure for sure. Yeah, I mean, I didn't understand. I mean, I'm assuming you're making joke. But when I said one bullshit is 1 feet, I got lost because I was like, wait, is that just a joke or like a funny? Ha ha ha. That was like, I've never heard of that. Yeah, I think you were just being funny, haha, but I got really confused. I'm like, what do you mean one arm is three inches? Like what? I was so confused. So I wasn't sure if you were being serious or if you were just being haha funny. Like so I was confused. Yeah, that's what I was leaning towards because I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Like I'm missing something here. Must be a joke that I'm missing. 'Cause I got confused. In three different names. Oh. I never realized that confused that followed earlier. His name was a confused sideboard. I just read the full name just now. Kind of funny. Also, if you're still chilling, cyborg, appreciate that. The follow and hanging out and stuff. I'm pretty sure I said something earlier, but just wanted to reiterate why we're sitting here farming fucking chickens. we're making pretty good progress. We're getting our animals sorted. We need to get another pickaxe before we call it a night. Did we not get a third cow? Interesting. I'm actually shocked we haven't got the third cow yet. Or am I just missing it in here? Yeah, interesting. We haven't got the black cow. Really? I haven't even tried to go there yet. Honestly, I just don't care. I'm doing other things. Still working on like getting my 6-star cards and leveling up my spelunking, or at least getting my my spelunking card thingies from doing spelunking, so I can consume some to like juice my spelunking a little bit more, but I also so I could finish the vial. I'm working on level 13 tier 1 vial right now. Like the tier 1 scrolls vial. I'm working on that one. Still. Yeah, I mean, at least getting like a couple levels on that vial would be worth it. Isn't it like drop multi or something like that? So yeah, like at least going and getting a couple like vial levels on like, I don't know, level 4, pretty easy, pretty fast probably. Would be really huge for me. It's something multi. I don't remember what it is. I remember Topher said it was some sort of multi. No, 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 not the scroll, mate. I'm talking about the new vial from the new mobs that Fip was just talking about. But yes, the scroll, I don't know what the scroll does. No idea. Yeah, whatever it does, it does. I'm just saying I haven't done the scrolls yet for spelunking, but I wanted to finish the spelunking vial. So I've been working on the spelunking vial with my guys while leveling up my spelunking. So that's one thing I've been working on and doing. And I've been working on my 6-star cards for like a lot of my combat guys are AFKing in World 7 for 6-star cards, and then my V-Man is backtracking all the skilling cards. And then I have one guy sitting in golems, farming golems for statues mostly. And for the cards from the golems to get that out of the way. But I also have my other guys activating there for plunderous kills. He'll eventually move over to do the mushrooms as well, but he's there for now. Yeah, the golems are getting fucked. Yeah, the DR multi is the move out. That's what I thought. Okay. Like I'm not really doing a whole lot of anything right now. Like I said, we're leveling up some spelunking. I'm working on the vial. I'm working on the statue from the golems. I'm working on. It sounds like a lot, but it's really not. It's like 4 people are AFKing at the first fish in World 7. The farming EXP and AFK stones because it's all my master classes that are doing it. And they're working on the card for that guy because he's almost 6-starred. And then like I said, one guy is just sitting in golems. I just kind of stuck him there and he just hasn't moved. And the other guy is activating there for plunderous kills and stuff. So I'm just working on plunderous kills on that guy, and like I said, the V-Man is doing his own thing. Working on skilling prints or skilling cards and stuff. Like another guy just AFKing at one mithril location. Farming mithril while they're sleeping. So annoying. Hey, if they're not gonna get banned for doing it, I'm gonna do it too. Just saying. Fuck it. I said it's not a glitch, it's not an exploit, not like a macro or script or third-party program. Literally the game. Part of the fucking game. So I'm gonna use it. Fuck it. Bro, some of the cards, like how many you need, is kind of insane. The quantity of cards required to 6-star, some of them are just absolutely nuts. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Pip. I'm getting upgrades. I'm getting gains. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't... At least I'm doing something, right? Something's better than nothing. It's just I could be getting better gains by doing some of the newer stuff or maybe spreading my guys out and doing a little bit more things than just card farming. Right? Card farming is best done with candies, in my opinion. More time efficient. It has no stats on it? That's just ridiculous. 18 million just to go to bronze. That's just fucking stupid. That's so many cards. This is crazy, man. It's just fucking stupid. It's so many cards. Holy hell. Oh, I gotta do leg day today. Oh, mate, have you ever watched Shangri-La Frontier anime? The only reason I ask is because Netflix just released season 2 on Netflix, obviously Netflix. But they just got season 2. If you haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I just rewatched season 1 and they just added season 2. Like, if you like video game oriented animes or action and combat, kind of like Sword Art Online and stuff, you'll like it. It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, some of the episodes are like, wait, what the fuck did I just witness? But I mean, I could say that for like almost any anime I've ever watched. Some animes just have some wonky ass episodes that are just like, why? Why is that even a thing? But overall, I kind of like it. Just watch it on Netflix, bro. I mean, actually, you guys, I don't know if you can watch it on Netflix where you live, but Netflix, oh god. Yeah, we're really close to hitting 63 mining though. It's actually huge for us. I am getting tired though. I'm getting to the end of my rope for the day. I got on a little late today, I know, but and I actually got a decent amount of sleep. I slept from, I want to say, like, let's say 4 to be safe till about 11. So it's like 7 hours of sleep. Not too terrible. I just could have slept way more. Because I haven't really slept like a solid like 8-10 hours sleep in a very long time. Well, long time is relative, but like a couple weeks. All of my sleep has been like 3 hours here, 4 hours here, 2-3 hours here, you know, another 5-6 hours here. I haven't got a solid like 10 hours sleep in a long time. Yeah, they have like 100,000 drop rate, so it's like getting cards is like no big deal to them. But like a free to play player like me that has like 500 DR, like getting fucking millions of cards is just a fucking nightmare. Like you're saying, like it's just crazy. Yeah, only access World 7 if you purchase this pet. You know, this pet grants access to World 7. You know, that's probably going to be how you get to World 8. You're probably going to have to buy a bundle pack. It probably won't even be a tradable pet or anything. It'll probably just be a pack. Where it says, World 8 pack, $10. Or $25 for World 8 pack. So it gives you the World 8 portal unlocked. I would not put that past Lava for a second. I 100% feel like he would 1000% do that. Force every single person in the game. If you want to go to World 8, you got to pay $25. Because the thing is that, like, if it was a pet, then only half the people would have to buy it. Right? Because then they can just trade it to other people. And then other people have access too. So, unless it was like, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it would have to be like a pack bonus for purchasing a pack. Yeah, World 8 expansion adds ascensions and rebirths. Oh my god, please no. Please no. Don't make it like every other fucking idle game where you have to rebirth and ascend to make progress and gains. And then every time you ascend, you keep all your stats from your previous ascension, and then you gain new ones on top of that. So it's like you have 100,000 DR, you ascend, you get another 100,000 DR. Once you like re-level all the way from, you know, Act 1 all the way to Act 8 again. Could you imagine? Oh my god. You have to replay from scratch with you start with all of your characters, but they all have to be reclassed. They have to reselect their classes. You have to re-level every single profession. And then you got rebirths, which is like a complete restart. So you don't have any characters, you don't have any you have to restart from scratch. But you get even more bonuses. Oh my god. I think I would quit. Honestly, I 100. If he adds an ascension and a rebirth system that makes us restart to like gain like multiplicative like bonuses and stuff, I probably will quit. 100% I will put the game down. I don't think there's any way in hell I'll be able to like tolerate that shit. I think everything just respawned. Like all the chickens and everything just respawned. I don't remember that goat being there, that cow being there, the thing that spawned on me as I looted the thing, and the chicken that was behind me. I think all that all just spawned all at the same time. No matter what's inside it. What if it comes with exclusive access to his brand new game? Not even released on Steam. It's a private game that you only get access to is if you buy the World 8 pack. Or if you buy this exclusive pack in Eidolon. Oh, God. You know how people like to make fun and say like Griffey has lava like chained up in his basement and stuff, and like they make fun of that like Griffey is lava and stuff like that. I feel like there would be a mutiny. I 100% believe there would be a straight up mutiny. Griffey would get the brunt of it. Even if it was meant as a joke. Spark plug, yo, I did not see your follow come through or hear it. I appreciate it. If you're still here, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for the support. Hope your gaming and your viewing pleasure is enjoyable. You're having a good timesies and stuff. Sorry, this is a little boring. We're just kind of mindlessly chatting about random junk and mother bitch fuck. And just capturing animals at the moment. I'm trying to restock up on my animals so I can plant them in a couple days. I just planted all my other ones yesterday. So I have a couple days to restock. I typically just try to get like a couple hundred, like 100 to 150 pets. And then I wait for the other ones to die or to, you know, be slaughterable. Then I replace them. So I still have time to work on other professions. I'm not just sitting here constantly just gathering pets. Thousands and thousands of them every single day. It's not really worth my time. I mean, husbandry is a good skill. Easy to level. Allows you to do some cooking and other things, so it's worth putting the effort in, but I'd rather do other things right now. My main goal is the 75 mining, honestly. $35 mining is more or less my main goal right now, so. Well, like I said, guys, I am getting tired. I'm thinking about getting off a little early, like I did yesterday. So I can get my workout done sooner and then relax. I'm not getting off right this second, Pip. I'm just saying, like, soon. Like, the next 10-15 minutes. $20 for what? Hmm. No, all good. Like I said, I planned on 15 minutes, but if you need like 20, I mean that's fine. I said I know I'm cutting a little short on mate's time. Because mate likes to stay up till 5 my time, so it's about, I don't know, 45 minutes to an hour early for mate. But I'm just, I don't know why. Like ever since I took my vacation, I've just been so drained and not been sleeping well. And I need to eat before my workout, so I planned on getting off and then eating a few pieces of pizza, watching a couple episodes of anime, then going and doing my little walking pad, getting into my little leg workout, and then coming and watch a little bit more anime and getting ready for bed. Kind of like what I was gonna do. I said I don't mind waiting a little longer. It's not a big deal. Bro, how did I fail that? Getting so pissed at this fucking minigame, dude. So dumb. Not even hard. It's just sometimes the position of where it's at just doesn't make logical sense because like the bounce and how close it gets. It's like it moves so fast because of the distance that you are from the mob or whatever. It's like some of them are like damn near impossible to hit, and then other ones, it's like they're desynced and they're not actually where the arrow is. You gotta like, oh well, is it desynced? Is it not desynced? Is it exactly where it's supposed to be? Is it not? It's like some of it's just really bad. Yeah, like this one. Oh, I got lucky. That one that's very fucking end of the bar is really hard to hit. Bitch. Walk with anime? Hell yeah. Wait, what are you saying? You should look into mini PC or whatever monitors with built-in PCs are called. Wait, what? Oh, are you talking about like a computer that's like it's like computer's kind of like a smartphone. It's literally like an actual computer, but all it is like a monitor, like an all-in-one. Wouldn't that just be considered like an all-in-one PC? Where the PC is actually the monitor and basically it's just a tablet? But obviously you can get bigger ones too. You can get full-blown monitors. Like 22-inch monitors that are built-in PCs. Is that what we're talking about? Oh shit, that's a cow. I thought that was a horse. Just running at it to like get rid of it. And I didn't realize it was a horse. Till like last second. Some of these tames can just suck it. Like once again, like how did I miss that 3 times? Like I felt like I was on it. Doesn't have to the color changing, just kind of screws with your vision sometimes. Timing. Like messes with it. I feel like the color changing is what probably causes the desync. Like you go to click it, but it's like it's changing the color at the same time, so it doesn't register where the actual like the arrow is in correlation to where it should be. Like it's off. Feels like it throws it off a little bit. What kind of GPU do you have, Pip? Wait, Horizon? Ryzen makes GPUs? Thought those were CPUs. Yeah, I know Ryzen's AMD, I know that, but I thought that was a CPU, not a GPU. I'm just trying to think like you're depending on what your graphics card is, it should easily be able to handle 2 monitors. Dude, these pigs, they're ridiculous. I don't think I've caught hardly any pigs today. Jesus Christ. All right, we've gone through about 80-ish lassos, and I think we failed like half of them. We didn't even get this one pig. We got 9 pigs. We got 16 chickens. That's 27. Oh my god, I can't even do math right now. 7, 9, 18, 20, 25, 36, 48, 53? Yeah, 53 out of like our 70 something attempts. That's not too terrible odds, I guess. Might have been. What's might have been? Um uh yeah, I'd have to know like your computer specs a little bit better, Phip. But I don't know why adding a second monitor would cause PC to lag. Like, I don't know, that just seems weird. Yeah, if I'm being honest, like that just sounds weird. Not that it's not a thing. I'm not saying that what you say isn't true or whatever. I'm just saying like it just seems odd. Because I mean, not like I said, I'm not trying to say it didn't happen. I'm saying it might have happened, but I'm curious on what the cause would have been. Because it could have been like maybe the port was bad, maybe it had some sort of driver issue. Maybe it wasn't compatible. Maybe there was like a setting desync issue going on. Like it could have been 1,000 different things. But there's no reason why a second monitor shouldn't work on almost any GPU. Now, if you're plugging it into the motherboard, oh, there is the other cow. If you're plugging it directly into the motherboard, and not the GPU itself, and it's running off CPU, like the GPU built into the CPU, then that I could see there being a problem. That's different, obviously. Huh. It sounds like a driver issue. Like it had some sort of like driver failure or something more than anything else. Yeah, so I'm wondering if maybe there was like some sort of like driver failure that happened. Like it was working fine, and then like one of the drivers, like, because I used to have a driver issue with my GPU, and every once in a while my screen would just shut off. It would like lag, freeze, desync, and then just fucking hit the bed, and then it would restart. Like the driver would like restart itself, and then it'd come back on and start working fine again. And that used to happen to me every once in a while, and I've eventually fixed it with like a driver update, but that was a problem for a little while for me. Hmm. No, you didn't. Bro, that's icky. Let's plant some plants. I don't know how half my plants disappeared yesterday. That's just crazy. So annoying. Yeah, like I said, like that's the thing with the computers, man. It's so hard to like really pinpoint the exact cause of something. The only thing I could say is I would plug it in, and if you start having lag and issues and stuff, check your event logs to see if there's any like errors happening or driver issues or crashes or anything like that. Just, like kind of rule some stuff out and see if like the computer's picking up any problems, right? And then take it from there. Because like I said, it could just be a driver thing. It could be, like let's say maybe your GPU settings are wonky inside the game, like your NVIDIA, well you have AMD, but maybe the AMD settings inside the AMD software is just tucking your second screen. You know, maybe you can go in and like mess with some of the settings in that. I know my NVIDIA GeForce graphic or settings inside the computer sometimes can really jack with my second monitor or some of my monitors and stuff. Because maybe it's like it's trying to default to a certain like gigahertz or refresh rate, which is causing like stuttering. Because like sometimes when you plug in another monitor, it'll downscale your default from being like 120 hertz to being like 30 hertz, or it'll change your refresh rate, you know, from 60 to like 20 or whatever. Like it'll really jack with your settings sometimes, adding another monitor. So I mean, you could, like I said, it could have been working fine right off the bat, and then maybe it had like a driver issue or had like some sort of weird error that popped up, and then it just like kind of defaulted your shit down to like compensate, which is what was causing like your problems going forward. Like it just so many fucking things. That's why I hate computers. Because it's not that it's complicated. It's just there's so many moving parts and so many different variations of things that could be a problem, that might be a problem, that could not be a problem, that could correlate to a different issue, and sometimes no way to truly diagnose the true cause or problem. Yeah, I mean, depending on your monitor, like mine are set to 120 hertz. The problem is even if you set like a game to like 140 hertz or 120 hertz or whatever, if you're playing it in window mode, you don't truly get what you set it to either, because it like doesn't give you the full set amount. Like defaults it to like a different default, if that makes any sense. It's like why me playing on like borderless window sometimes isn't the best, because I get less performance in borderless window than I do from being on like full screen, right? Stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, sometimes like, yeah, so the software is not going to give you an option that your monitor can't do, right? It's not going to give you 240 hertz if your monitor is only like 140 hertz monitor, right? I get that. But what I'm saying is like, if you have a 144 hertz monitor and you have it set to 60 hertz, you could get screen tearing, lag, desync, and stuff like that, right? Because it's set too low. Even though it can easily run at 60 hertz, it's trying to run at 140 and being like downscaled and forced to a lower setting can cause problems. Or if one monitor is set to like 1 hertz and another one set to another, it could like be conflicting with each other. It's like that's the problem with when you start adding more monitors, you start adding more like settings and things like that. It just causes problems. And then graphic drivers and stuff like that are constantly coming out. Sometimes they break stuff, sometimes they fix stuff. Kind of annoying. But yeah, not having two monitors is a fucking huge pain in the ass. So you not having two monitors is fucking awful. I'd fix that as soon as I can. That fucking sucks. I remember being on one monitor, and when I went to two, I was like, oh my god, this is a godsend. Then I went to three, and I'll never go back to two. Because I don't really need the full third monitor. The third monitor is so nice to spread my stuff out a little bit more so I can easily access and see everything a little bit better. Because like I said, I don't really use the full third monitor most of the time. Like, but if I had two, two's not enough. Second monitor isn't quite enough because things like have to be layered on top of each other. And then it just causes problems because I have one monitor on top of one window on top of another window on top of another window. And like to get to one window or to see the full other window, I have to like, move one and click on the other ones on the edge and ugh. At home finally sounds good. Yeah, I'm just gonna plant these and then I'm gonna go call it a night. I'm gonna go AFK at some iron somewhere. So I can work on my mining. Like I said, I just need to get to 75. Once I'm at 75, I don't really give a shit about my gathering levels going forward. I just want to be able to do every token in the game. Once I can do every token in the game, I can start working on like leveling up my crap, like my actual processing ones. I can level up, carpentry. I can level up blacksmithing, my jewel crafting. I didn't mean to put that there. But yeah, I can start working on my actual professions, which will indirectly work on my gathering ones and my processing ones and stuff. Yeah, I knew I was. Oh, I was gonna say I knew I was gonna fuck that up. So, like I said, I'll indirectly be able to work on a lot of my other professions, like I said, gathering and processing, while I'm doing my actual real skills of like jewel crafting and stuff. I just need to get to that 75 so I can do all tokens every single day. And then as I'm doing my higher level jewel crafting and stuff, I can actually mine the materials I need and stuff. So when I get to something that requires mithril, I can actually do it. Wife's calling. Give me a second. That's funny. Wife called me. She's like, the cat's in the garage. I'm like, the workout room? She's like, no, the actual garage. I'm like, how do you know? Oh, because I put him in there before I went to bed. And then I went to bed. I was like, so you woke up and just remembered that he was in the garage and you forgot to tell me when you went to bed? She's like, yep. I was like, oh, okay. That makes sense. So I gotta go get I'm gonna finish this. Then I'm gonna go get the cat. I'm gonna get off here and call it a night and then go get the cat. But yeah. Good day though, so far. Honestly though, Pip, like second monitor is godsend. Like being able to watch anime and play video games is huge. Such a huge quality of life. Sounds so like petty, but it's so true. Being able to sit there and just like play Eidolon or whatever game you want to play, right? While watching like any TV or anime or what, something just chill. Something that's like right up your alley, something you just interested in. It makes life so much better. Like I said, it sounds so silly, but it's so fucking true. Yeah. Oh, I fucked up. Yeah. Only three because I went a little too far on that second one. All right. So that's that. Go find a random spot to go and sit. Looks like a nice little place to go find some iron. Ah, it looks like a good spot. All right, and then let's pull out a mining pet. And then I think we're just gonna chill here. Oh, yeah, we're calling night here, guys. Jesus Christ. All right. I appreciate y'all. Sorry I'm getting off a little early again. Mate, like I said, I'm just tired, man. I'm sore. I need to go get my workout. I gotta get some stuff done. Appreciate y'all for being here, all the lurkers, all the people that have followed and hung out today. If you guys haven't joined Discord and want to join Discord, feel free. If you ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in anytime. If you ever need to reach me off screen, that's the best place to do it. Just at me at any time. Best place to reach me. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, that'd be appreciated too. If you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, or catch something you might have missed, or rewatch it, that's the best place to do it. Stop scratching on my ottoman before I freaking declaw you. Ugh, stupid cat. But I appreciate y'all. Like I said, thanks for being here. I'll be back on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm working the next 2 days, so if you guys need me, hit me in the Discord in the meantime. If you want to catch me again this weekend, I'll see you guys then. Appreciate you. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Bye bye. Thank you. See you. See you, mate. See you, Vip. See y'all lurkers. Bye bye bye.